you to tell your friends, your family, your neighbor. And I want you to tell anyone that you meet and everyone that you meet about the work that the Barbados Labour Party has done and will continue to do after February 11th, after you put your X next to your candidate's name, because we are red and we are ready. Comrades, tonight we bring to you a campaign that understands the reality of leadership. This campaign and this BLP family understands that people must be at the center of the development. We are aware of the reality around us. And so, a Mia Motley-led administration has never buried its head in the sand. And we have never pretended that the world is easy, because we know that people are feeling the cost of living. We know that groceries cost more. And so we have done the work to make sure that we ease that feeling. And so today, after we rescued a country in crisis in 2018, Barbados has once again risen to the top. We are once again respected again, trusted again, and standing again. Not because of lack, but because of the leadership of the Barbados Labour Party. And so we will not chance. We will not take a risk with persons who wish to experiment with us. But what we want to do is to look at the record, to look at someone with vision, and to make sure that Barbados remains in good hands, that Barbados remains in steady hands, that Barbados remains in sure hands, and that we remain Bajan strong, because we know that when Labour leads, Bajans succeed. As a party, we understand governance, and we understand leadership, and we understand what it means to work for people on behalf of people and to ensure that representation touches everyone. Tonight in Warner's Gap, we are bringing the message that we plan to continue that mission. And I want to say, before I introduce the first speaker, something particularly to young people tonight. The first is that you do not vote for an opposition. You vote for a government. You vote for vision. You vote for direction. You vote to ensure that those who lead understand that we live in complicated times, and so we need visionaries. And when you check our record, whether it be on social care, whether you look at the work that we have done with the Social Empowerment Agency, whether you take a look at the fact that for the first time we have paternity leave and we also have extended maternity leave, whether you examine the fact that this party, this government has raised minimum wage not once and not twice, but 3 times, and has committed to raising minimum wage each year on track with inflation, not stopping the minimum wage board from meeting, you understand that we know what it feels like to take care of the most vulnerable. We understand that people deserve to access services with dignity. We made sure to increase our bus fleet because we know and we understand that Barbadians should be able to travel across the island. And so tonight is about committing to a vision, committing to a party, and to making sure that our young people can move ahead. And so tonight, our first speaker is a young, dynamic woman. A young, dynamic woman that we have watched her grow and we have watched her journey. We have welcomed her to the Barbados Labour Party because we recognize potential. This is a party that allows seeds to grow. And so we have witnessed our comrade in St. Michael Central do the work. We have watched her walk and we have watched her talk. We have watched her, and she likes to call herself an underdog, But let me say, like she said the other night, underdogs always win. And so we know that she will dispatch of the gentleman that she needs to dispatch of. We also know that this young lady is an attorney at law and a youth advocate, a community organizer, and she is demonstrating what a new generation of political leadership will look like. Political leadership that touches the people. Political leadership that is honest. Political leadership that knows how to take accountability. Political leadership that is willing to come in service. Political leadership that understands that you have to endear yourself to people. That service is not simply, it's not about power. But service is about showing up time and time again. Tonight, as I welcome the first speaker, I want to say that Beijing Strong means that we allow people to grow, that we give them second chances, and we are doing just that. It means that we embrace people, provide them with opportunities, that we do not lock them out, that we do not shut them down or discourage them. And so, as our first speaker comes to you, she is known for her energy and her accessibility. She is known for her grassroots engagement and working closely with residents. And she is someone that we know and love, but as president of the League of Young Socialists, she is one of our very own. And so tonight I want to welcome a young lady who will do the work in St. Michael Central because we have to bring her home. And so if you are from St. Michael Central and you are hearing the sound of my voice, I want you to know that on February 11th, you are to get up early. Take your friend, take your family to the polling station and put your ex next to Tyra Trotman.
Yeah, let me go now to get out with Tyra. Oh, 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 to get out with Tyra. Oh, oh, Tyra for the people of St. Michael Central. Here she loud and clear, young fresh energy, always right there. Oh yeah, down to earth she's big, she mind. From thought to action every time. She stands firm, she never fall. Work hard for the young, care for the young. Together with Tyra. Together with Tyra, she's the one for we, Barbados Labour Party. Together with Tyra, oh, oh, we together with Tyra, oh, together
Barbados Labour Party family, how you feeling? It is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you tonight, as it has been every single night. I am truly blessed and humbled to be able to be before you. Now, as you heard, I'm the youngest candidate. You also heard I'm an attorney at law by profession. And so tonight, I wanted to speak to you about the issue of crime, because crime is a hot topic right now, and it has always really been a hot topic. But what I wanted to highlight is that crime is not caused by a political party. Crime is not caused by a government. So I know the Dems would have you believe that the Barbados Labour Party is at fault because of the upsurge of crime. But crime is a socio-economic issue. And that is why you have heard the Prime Minister say on multiple occasions, it's a all hands on deck type of approach. Now, you know me, I love my facts. I don't come without them, because at the end of the day, I ain't just here to talk. I'm here to show you, according to the Prime Minister, put up or shut up, right? So data shows in my research that in 2014, there were approximately 25 reported homicides. 2015, there were 31. 2019, 50. 2020, 27. 2021, 17, 2022, 33, 2023, 19, 2024, 50, and 2025, 50. So what does this tell me? It tells me that homicides are a crime not directly caused by one government in power. It is a multiple faceted issue. And you've always heard me speak, for those of you that have been following me on my journey. You've always heard me say that to me, you have to look at the root causes of crime. What causes crime? We know poverty causes crime. Everywhere where there's a high level of poverty, there will be high levels of crime. But not only poverty, lack of education, in the sense that sometimes young people, we go to school and we don't utilize the best of the free education we have here in Barbados. You might go to school and play the fool, and then by the time you graduate with nothing. And then you're not hireable. And then you have to find yourselves making money from things that may not be, according to the laws, it may not be legal. But then there's also mental health issues, which are caused by frustration because of social inequality. Traumas you've experienced from the time you were a young child and, you've grown up, you've never really had them dealt with. Because we as Barbadians, we always run to the doctor for every physical ailment. But when it comes to our mental and spiritual and emotional well-being, we don't get it checked out. There's a stigma attached to that, and we need to get away from that. So we have to deal with that, because there are a lot of young men walking around who have a lot of hurt inside of them, and sometimes it manifests as anger. So for a perfect example, you might have a man trying his best to make ends meet, resources meet. And then his child mother telling him all kind of thing. And he end up, not saying that is right, but he end up giving her a lash charge, criminal charge, crime. You may have persons who may not necessarily never desired or wanted to be criminals, but because they don't have economic opportunities, they decide to rob or steal or sell illegal drugs. It is not right, but it's reality. And I'm a straight talker. So at the end of the day, those are the type of things that causes crime. But I'm here to tell you that the Barbados Labour Party has been able not to only implement reactive protocols and solutions, but also proactive solutions. And I'm here to list a few of them. You've heard my sister Rashana speak of the red record from A to Z, 130-something pages. I'm limited in time, so I can't speak on all of them. But I'll take you through some of them which jumped out to me. The Barbados Labour Party, if you remember, after the DLP took away the free education from us in 2014, causing thousands of Barbadians to have to drop out of the University of the West Indies without completing their tertiary level education. The Barbados Labour Party, when they regained office, they came back and they put that back into place, because we know that education is the key out of poverty. It levels the playing fields. So remember that. The Barbados Labour Party also introduced over 240 school assistants to support classroom management, so we can make sure that no child falls behind. At the end of the day, everyone does not learn at the same pace. And when you have a classroom full of 30 pupils to one teacher, that ratio is a bit unfair. There will be persons who fall behind. But the Barbados Labour Party has tried to cushion that by implementing those 240 school assistants. The Barbados Labour Party also reopened the Alma Paris Academy in February of 2025 to cater children with learning deficits. And this school was closed for nearly 6 years. So we're not only catering to those bright sparks out there, but we're catering to those children that have learning deficits, those children that may need a little extra care, a little extra time. Then the Barbados Labour Party also partnered with Coursera in 2020 to offer over 4,000 free online courses under the National Transformative Initiative for Barbadians, the NTI. So you can go online. It's a simple, you don't even have to leave home. You can go online, log in from your phone, laptop, iPad, and have access to these 4,000 courses completely free. So you can empower yourselves to become more hireable. Now your very own Kirk Humphrey, he introduced the One Family program, which is geared towards assisting and uplifting 1,000 Barbadian families, giving them things like coordinated assistance for food security, education, skills training, employment pathways, and counseling. That is there available to you to empower Barbadians, because at the end of the day, we need resources. There's certain people's, there's a difference between equity and equality. Equity is that sometimes you have to give those persons less fortunate a little bit extra oomph, a little extra, so that we can bring them up with us and not leave them behind. But equality is when you treat everyone the same. And I think at the end of the day, some people need a little bit more love, a little bit more attention. And that is what the One Family program is all about. He also was able to introduce legislation which replaced the once maternity grant to now the child grant, because at the end of the day, we understand that we're moving forward as a country. We're evolving. So we have single fathers out there as well as the single mothers. So it's not fair to have legislation put in place that only caters to single mothers, because the reality is there's some fathers out there that have been given the burden to raise children on their own. And as such, the Barbados Labour Party has been able to do that, introduce the child grant. We also had the parental and life coaching program, because at the end of the day, we do have a lot of young people having children, young parents. And being a parent doesn't come with a manual. So at the end of the day, nobody tells you what to do or how best to do it. And there's no one-size-fits-all policy for parenting. Every child is different. So at the end of the day, you learn by trial and error. But with these type of programs, we're giving you the tools you may need in order to raise your child in the best way possible. We also had counseling provided by Parados. As I said, I am an attorney. And oftentimes what we do, whether it's at magisterial level or at high court level, is give parents the opportunity to get counseling, free counseling, which sometimes can cost between $150 to $175 per session. Free counseling so that parents can mend the relationship between each other. Because a lot of times the trend now, maybe not now, but is to use a child as a weapon. And that should not happen. Just because me and you don't agree no more, don't mean that I should now bad talk you in front of the child, or tell the child don't talk to you, or teach the child to disrespect you just because I have a disdain towards you. So that is what those type of programs aim to do. Repair that broken relationship between two parents so they can focus on the matter at hand, which is the upbringing of the child. At the end of the day, the interest of the child is paramount, and it takes a village to raise a child. And we need to get back there where parents, even though they're not living together under one roof, work together succinctly to try to make the best out of their children's lives. And then of course we have counseling between parent and child, because sometimes growing up, you and your mother or your father may not have seen eye to eye, but there's certain parts in your life that are instrumental where you will need your mommy's or daddy's hand more than ever. And so we've introduced counseling and therapy to mend any broken relationship there may be between parent and child, and to make that relationship easier, where a child can now go to their mother or father and confide in them. Tell them, listen, listen, mommy, this is what happening to me. I need your advice. I need you to support me. I need you to walk with me. Those are the type of things that the Barbados Labour Party is bringing. When it comes to housing, at the end of the day, a man feels most confident when he can provide, whether it's financially or through housing or other support. And as such, the Barbados Labour Party is seeking to repay over $8 million to Housing Credit Fund and implement rent-to-own housing models so that you can have affordable housing. Not everybody was born with a golden spoon or even a silver one. Not everyone can go to their mommy and daddy and say, listen, I want $100,000 to buy a piece of land. Not everyone can do that. So what the Barbados Labour Party has done, once again, try to level the playing field, is give you rent-to-own options. So at the end of the day, when you're finished, you have something to call your own. You're not just paying somebody else's mortgage, but you're actually investing in your future. Now, we also had the creation of the National Jobs Register to assist Barbadians with finding job opportunities. Because we know sometimes the information is not always out there. Sometimes it's not accessible to you. So you might be saying, we ain't got no jobs given away. But that might not be true because you don't have access to the information. So what we have done now is to create a national register where you will go and put your information in, your qualifications, your skills, your experience. And when a job comes up that matches your portfolio, we'll be able to contact you to make that process easier for you. When it comes to the reactive measures, the Barbados Labour Party has introduced harsher penalties. We've introduced the Bail Amendment Act, which makes it harder now for persons to get bail, because we realize the trend. Sometimes persons get bail, and when they're out on bail, they create another crime, which isn't fair, because at the end of the day, we have to send a strong message that crime will not be tolerated. In a freelance thing, in a little jokey thing, you need to understand that when you take the life of someone, you have to pay for it. You have to do your time. We also increased the number of criminal judges from 2 to 8. Well, that's 4 times as much. And I'm a mathematician, but that's easy math. 4 times as much, because a huge problem in the criminal justice system is that you're charged for murder 10 years ago and your trial now starting 10 years later. Somebody witnesses disappear, somebody witnesses can't remember what happened, somebody DNA evidence or other evidence, now you can't use it because it hasn't been stored in an efficient way. All of these things hinder justice from being rendered, and as such we fixed that. We also implemented more prosecutors. It's not easy to be a prosecutor, and there were only 8 of them. We've doubled that now. We increased them from 8 to 16 because prosecutors are those persons that are in charge with ensuring that you, as the virtual complainant, the victim, that your justice is served. And that is why that was key and important to having justice rendered. We introduced judge-alone trials because we understand we have a small jury pool and sometimes everyone is not always available. So you have to gather 9 or 12 persons. It may not always be easy. So we implemented judge-alone trials so we could get through that system easier. We could get through the trials easier and have justice rendered, because justice delayed is justice denied. We've also increased the biggest ever in history budget to the Barbados Police Service. The Barbados Police Service got approximately $170 million. 170, because at the end of the day, we have to see the Barbados Police Service for what it is. It is a body there to protect, to serve, and to assure. And through that, we also want to build the relationship, or rebuild the relationship again, between the police officers and the civilians. It is a situation of mutual respect. Trust and believe. I see situations where the police officers may not handle themselves in the best way possible. But as where training comes into play, and there's only a few bad apples, we cannot let those few bad apples spoil the entire bunch. I've also met police officers that are very friendly and nice and willing to help and willing to serve. Not all of them are bad, but we have to give them a chance. equally as the lawyers. I'm a lawyer and they always say lawyers like to carry away your money. That's not true. There are a few bad apples, but unfortunately, negativity spreads faster than positivity. So I want to see a Barbados in the future where the civilians and the Barbados Police Service work together to make this country the most safest that it could possibly be in these changing times. When it comes to empowerment, we had the YES program, the Youth Entrepreneurship Scheme, taking young persons and molding them into something that is great. Because at the end of the day, you can't always depend on a government job. There are limited amount of government jobs. We have to become our own bosses so that we can expand and grow and then hire our peers, our colleagues, our persons in the community and live better so we don't have to depend on the government. And that is what the YES program was all about. We also had trust loans that were granted to 5,703 people in 7 years. Do you know how much persons have been empowered by these trust loans? We also have available $75 million to 224 small businesses, because it's not always about the big boy, it's also about the small fish, helping each other to grow as we grow together, not only as a Barbados, as a nation, but as a people. We have to come together and stick together and promote and elevate each other. Start with the crab and the barrel mentality. That crab and the barrel mentality is not going to take you far. That is why other civilizations come here and sometimes they outperform us. We need to come together as a people, work together. There's nothing wrong with healthy competition, but what is even more powerful is collaboration. And that is what I want young people to focus on, collaboration. When it comes to the cost of living, yes, things hard, but that's not only in Barbados, it's all over the world. All over the world. And to soften the blow, the Barbados Labour Party has reduced VAT on household electricity bills to 10%. They've removed VAT on a basket of baby and healthy foods. They've implemented zero-rated sanitary towels and tampons so that we as women, we can keep our dignity. We don't have to walk around feeling shame because we can't afford the things that are essential in our most vulnerable of times. Don't say so. You can hear me say so. Then the Barbados Labour Party has also provided a one-off $300 payment to all persons over the age of 18 to assist with the cost of living. Well, I'm 30 years old, and in my 30 years of being alive, I never hear about nothing so. When I got my $300, I felt so fussy, as Bajans would say. I did fussy, because the boy don't give me nothing just so. That $300 did a lot for me. And I know in a household where you have 5 or 7 people, it can do a lot for that household. So Barbadians, let us stay focused. You have my man Kirk Humphrey. He's never let you down. Stay with him. Stay with the Barbados Labour Party. Stay with Auntie Mia. And let me make sure that we make things right come February 11th. Silence the noise. Silence the negativity. And let us keep moving forward. Why? Because when the BLP leads, Bajans succeed. Thank you, my lovely, wonderful Barbados Labour Party family.
Yeah,
I love you. Thank you. Good night.
Together with Tyra. Tyra for the people of St. Michael Central. Here she loud and clear. Young fresh energy, always right there. Oh yeah. Down to earth, she speaks she mind. For thought to action every time.
And thank you to my team who has followed me all from St. Michael Central. I love when I'm bad.
Together with Tyra. Who we rolling with? Tyra. Who we building with? Tyra. Who we voting for? Tyra. It's in Michael Central. Tyra. Together with Tyra. We together with Tyra. She's the one for we Barbados Labour Party. Together with Tyra. We together with Tyra. Together with Tyra. Who we rolling with? Tyra. Who we building with? Tyra. Who we voting for? Tyra. It's in Michael Central. Tyra. Together with Tyra.
Good
We
evening,
together
good
with
evening,
Tyra.
Labour Party family. My name is Tyra Wilson, and I want to thank you, Roshana, for that introduction. And I am here from St. Michael's South Central this evening. And tonight, we are here in support of St. Michael's Central, Tyra Trotman. We're also here with St. Michael's South Central. We're here with Christchurch West, and we are here to show Barbados that we are red and that we are ready. You know, whenever I hear or I see Tyra Trotman speak, I smile. And I smile for 3 reasons. I smile firstly because we often have these conversations about how young people aren't given the chance to speak and young people aren't given the chance to represent themselves. But this Labour Party is a Labour Party that takes young people seriously. And Tyra is the shining light of the Barbados Labour Party that exemplifies that. I smile again because we also, in Barbados, we have this attitude wherein we believe that young people have to pay their dues and they have to turn over before they're allowed to do anything meaningful. But Tyra, I want to say, fantastic job this evening, and I know that you've inspired many, many, many other young people. I also smile because when I see Tyra on this stage, my heart always thinks about the things that those on the other side would mount their platforms to say. And they would say things and they would say untruths about how this is a party that likes to engage in political victimization and that this is a party that does not like any opposition. But whenever I see Tyra, I'm reminded of our Prime Minister's words when she said that wherever there is talent, you are welcome in the Barbados Labour Party, no matter your beginnings. And Tyra is a shining example of that. But beyond that, as I was preparing for tonight's meeting, unfortunately, I had the painstaking process of listening to what the other side had to say, you know, just to be as prepared as possible. And I listened to the other side, and when you watch them, you would be able to immediately recognize that they're not sure about anything. So that when they speak, they say, well, we should do this, and we could do this, and I think that you should give this body a chance, and that I think that this body deserves a chance, and they're not red and ready. Exactly. They're not red and they're not ready. But when you sit and you listen to Tyra Trotman this evening, and you hear her talk about the policies, and you hear her talk about things like crime, and things like education, and things about the economy, we understand that this is a young woman, no matter her age, that understands policy, and understands what should inform policy, and understands what should inform the laws of this country that should be used to protect against those most vulnerable. You listen to these platforms, and you hear on the other side, and you hear, you know, we need to vote for change, and we vote for change, and we need to do this. But we have learned our lesson in 2008, and we equally learned our lesson again in 2013. And as we would always hear from this platform, an election is not a lucky dip. And nobody from the Democratic Labour Party should be given a chance on February 11th because they are not ready. We have been in office for 7 years, and not one constructive critique has come from any opposition party. And we say that we should give them a chance. The saying goes that when a man shows you who he is, believe him. And the Democratic Labour Party has shown us time and time again who they are. They are not interested in any constructive policies. They are not interested in contributing to the political landscape. They are self-serving. And we see it every single time they mount a platform to speak about issues in this country. You know, today I was on social media and I was scrolling through Instagram, and the gentleman who Tyra is contesting against had an interview on Nation News. And he was speaking so energetically and so fervently. And the reality is, and if I'm being very honest, I'm not a person who tends to listen to what the other side has to say unless I can see that it is constructive. But when I scrolled through the comments, I heard one of the first comments I saw, was that this guy is talking really energetically, but he's talking about himself. And the only time that he can speak energetically is when he's speaking about himself. Barbados Labour Party family, the proof is in the pudding. And on February 11th, I asked you to give Tyra Trotman the mandate. I asked you to give Marsha Caddle the mandate. I asked you to renew the mandate of Kirk Humphrey, William Duguid, and Ian Gooding-Edghill, because elections are not a lucky day. And this party has proven time and time again that they are the ones most competent to run and lead this country. And on February 11th, we will renew that mandate.
You know, Tyreek, when we talk about this not being a lucky dip, we have to understand truly what it means, the idea of giving somebody a chance to govern. Could you imagine if the other side was leading us through COVID? Well, I can take your word for it. But I would be nervous. Could you imagine what they would do when it comes to ashfall? Could you imagine them having to go to the International Monetary Fund and speaking on our behalf? Well, you say so, not me, but I agree. Could you imagine them standing in the United Nations? Could you imagine them at an international forum? Could you envision the shame of having to deal with the freak storm and Hurricane Beryl? Cannot, it is unimaginable. And so what we have in the Barbados Labour Party is tried, it is trusted, it is proven time and time again as we navigate unprecedented times, as we navigate things that have never been navigated before altogether. And the truth is that there is no rule book for governance. You know, I studied political science and then international relations at the University of the West Indies. And I want to talk about that very quickly because it boils my blood every time I see the Democratic Labour Party mention anything about the legacy of Errol Barrow and education. I come from Brittons Hill. I used to live in Mission Gap, not too far away. And my mother is a housekeeper, a domestic worker, and my father is a mason. And so I come from a working class family. And today what happened is that I saw that someone mentioned me not being born in Barbados. And the truth is that everybody that knows me knows that I ain't born here. But everybody that knows me knows that I love Barbados and I have lived here all my life. And so for my family, when they came to Barbados because Barbados has always offered opportunities, not just to itself, to those that live here, but to those that come. And so my parents came here looking for a better life. And my mother and father have always believed that education was the way to elevate yourself. Education was a ladder, is a ladder for those of us who come from working class families. And I remember I enrolled in the University of the West Indies in 2013. And I remember watching the budget and hearing that our contribution to university fees would have to go up. What I did not know at the point in time when I heard that was that I would go from paying about just around $500 a semester to over $3,000 a semester for social sciences and humanities. And those who were in medical science and law would have to pay more. Tyreek, you studied law. Could you afford to pay that kind of money for your education?
And Roshana, you know, it's so interesting that you speak about education because education, as you said, is the way for most people to alleviate themselves from poverty. And the unfortunate reality is the educational policies of the Democratic Party seem to have not gone very far beyond our barrel. Because we look at the Democratic Labour Party, a party that every time they mount a platform, they cannot speak of a political record apart from our Walton Barrow, but would come and talk about reforming education, and would come and talk about transforming education. But when given the chance between 2008 and 2018, they transformed it for the worse.
Absolutely. And when you check the statistics at the University of the West Indies, I was one of those students who ended up having to drop out because I could not go anymore. And so we watch a political party that neglected every single thing they had to do in 10 years. Neglected to buy buses, neglected to buy garbage trucks, neglected education, neglected roads, neglected social welfare, and then they come and tell us that they are ready? Ready for what? Prepared for what? And so tonight I stand here to say that the Barbados Labour Party is the only choice. The Barbados Labour Party is the choice to make. Whether you are in St. Michael South, St. Michael South Central, Christchurch West, whether you are in St. Michael West, regardless of where you are across Barbados, you are seeing improvement. You are seeing growth. You are feeling it, as Tyra mentioned, and you are seeing a government that understands that people matter, that making sure that Barbadians can buy the things they need to buy and support their families, that is crucial to who we are. And so tonight, as we speak to you, you are going to continue to hear about our achievements. You are going to continue to hear the tale of two political parties. One that ain't ready yet, giving me the blues. And the other one that you know is red and ready, because when Labour leads, Bajans succeed.
And you know, Tyra, what you said is so true. And not just about education, but I was listening very carefully to Tyra. And she spoke about the Youth Entrepreneurship Program, where many entrepreneurs such as myself have been able to benefit. She spoke about the trust loans. She spoke about all these different issues, the National Job Register, and all of these projects that the government has implemented to improve the lives of young people of this country. But without further ado, we move to tonight's second speaker, Mr. Ian Gooding-Edghill from St. Michael West Central, a man that has transformed tourism, a man that has increased our numbers, our tourist arrival numbers, our tourist spend, a man that has engaged in projects that have left our economy better through tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Mr. Ian Gooding-Edghill from St. Michael West Central.
Elections in the air, but have no fear. Ian now got lashes to share. Everybody take 2 steps to the left. Ian got people, oh yes. And then 2 steps to the right, cause we know that he is the best. Gooding-Edghill is the man, oh lad. He got the best plan, oh gosh. Ian does always deliver, that's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady, yeah. Promises he always keeping, no hiding or disappearing. 7 days a week.
Good night, Laynes Road. Good night to the family of the Barbados Labour Party. And good night to all supporters of the Barbados Labour Party. I am indeed very happy to be here at Laynes Road tonight, because on Laynes Road you have Kirk Humphrey on one side and you have Marsha Caddle on the other side. And I could not have come here to speak on behalf of the Barbados Labour Party without first of all recognizing the contributions of your current members of Parliament, now candidates. Let me begin by saying that I had an opportunity when I worked in the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources to work with Marsha Caddle. And we worked together when she was minister responsible for economic affairs on a number of projects, a number of financing projects. As a result of the work that we did together, we were able to build more roads across Barbados. We were able to generate more economic activity for Barbados. And on the other side, we have Kirk Humphrey, and you well know of his contribution not only to the development of social policy, but you also know of his development and compassion for people. And I say to you that I could not have come here to speak on behalf not only of the Barbados Labour Party, but 2 outstanding candidates within the Barbados Labour Party. And I want to tell you tonight that despite all the talk, despite all the rhetoric that you're hearing, you have two good representatives in Marsha Caddle and Kirk Humphrey. Two representatives who work and labor on your behalf. When you thought about where we were back in 2018 before the Barbados Labour Party took office, you would understand where we've come from. When you look at Barbados tonight, you will see what we've accomplished. Perhaps we did it too fast. Perhaps, but we had to do so. Because in doing so, we were able not only to stabilize the Barbados economy, but we were able to ensure that we generate employment, that we significantly improve our economic standing. And you might ask, why did we move with alacrity to repair what we had? We did so because Barbados was in a perilous state. We did so because we wanted better for Barbados. We did so because we understand when we tell you that we want a better life for our people. And when you look back and see the road that we traveled together, we didn't do it alone. We did it with the collective efforts of Barbadians. We did it because it was absolutely necessary, not only to save our country, not only to save our dollar, but to save our generation. And we went to work and we worked hard. And as a result of the hard work, you can look around Barbados and you can see what we have accomplished in this country. We've accomplished improved infrastructure. We have accomplished and have gone on record now of having the lowest unemployment rate in the history of Barbados. We have gone on record to prove that we can help to improve the lives of the people of Barbados, and we remain true, and we shall stay true to that mission. And I say to you tonight that when you look back at the record of the Barbados Labour Party, since we assumed office in 2018, you will have to conclude that the Barbados Labour Party has done not only a fantastic job, but they work hard to ensure that we pull back Barbados from the brink of despair. And we did so thanks to the collective contributions of Kirk Humphrey and Marsha Caddle, both of whom sat in the cabinet from 2018 and who went on to help develop and work closely with other members of Parliament and other members of the cabinet to ensure that we pull Barbados back and that we advance our fortunes. And as we look to the future, and as we see what has happened, despite all that has happened within our term, you recall we had to deal with the COVID pandemic. And you walked with us during the COVID pandemic because there's one thing that the Barbados Labour Party is known for, and the one thing that set us aside from all of the other political parties is because within the Barbados Labour Party, you have strong, strong leadership. And that strong leadership that you have within the Barbados Labour Party has positioned Barbados and has caused Barbados, in fact, to regain its prominence on the international stage. Before, when you look at Barbados and you talk about Barbados under the other administration, few people were willing to take us on. But when the Barbados Labour Party and Mayor Motley took office as Prime Minister, the world looked at Barbados, the world respected Barbados, and the world has come to know Barbados because of Mayor Motley and the Barbados Labour Party. And it is not by accident. It is by the sheer dint of hard work. People who went to work hard and labored on behalf of you, the people, never tiring of the task at hand, never tiring of what we had to do for you, the people of Barbados. Can you imagine, ladies and gentlemen, what it would have been like under the other political party? Could you imagine what it would be like under the Democratic Labour Party today? It will not only be shambles, but we will be tottering along. But thanks to you, the good people of Laynes Road and Brittons Hill and surrounding areas, that you went out in your numbers and you supported us. And we've come back tonight to simply tell you that we have worked hard on your behalf, and we are asking you for your permission to continue. And we know that the roads ahead are never easy. We know that what we have to do is to work hard and to go to work every day, to work hard on your behalf. And we intend to continue to work hard on your behalf. And when we come here tonight to ask you for your support, we come here mindful of where we came from. We come here to ask you for your support. And we've come here to ask you for your permission to continue for a third term. And we do so because it's absolutely necessary that we continue to keep the foundation of Barbados secure, that we continue to keep the house secure, and that we continue to ensure that Barbados as a country remains on a firm foundation. We can no longer take chances. We took chances between 2008 and 18, and you saw where it led us. Tonight, we are on our way forward. We are saying to you, the people of this constituency that has voted for Marsha Caddle and have voted for Kirk Humphrey, is an opportunity for them not only to continue their representation here within the constituencies, but is a vote for them to continue the hard work and to continue on the journey that we started back in 2018 when we took charge of the company's affairs. And we say so without boasting, because we are not boasting. We say so because we know where we had to take Barbados from, and we know where we want to go. And it is with your help, it is with your commitment, it is with your support that we can continue to advance Barbados and take Barbados forward. You will recall that on the boundary, there was a man who we believe was known to be working in tourism. And we came to office. Carrie Simmons started it before me, followed by Minister Cummins, and we went to work and we worked on the recovery of tourism. Tourism is good for Barbados. Tourism is good for you. And why is tourism good for Barbados? The more we earn from tourism, the more money we have to spend to improve the infrastructure in Barbados. And the more we have opportunities in tourism, the more employment and other benefits it will have and redound to you, the people, especially those who work in this area within the tourism sector. And I've come here to tell you that we've done a good job in tourism. We still have a lot more to accomplish. And we will go to work every day to ensure that we build out the tourism sector. In Oistins, I told the people up there that when you look at what we are faced with in tourism, when you land in Barbados, and most of you, if not all of you, travel, you see the number of aircraft on the tarmac at the Grant Williams International Airport. Under the Democratic Labour Party, you didn't see the numbers that we are accomplishing tonight. Did you see those numbers, ladies and gentlemen? We never had those numbers. But tonight, we can look proudly at the tarmac at the Grant Williams International Airport, and you can see the record number of aircraft that we have at the Grant Williams International Airport. But it didn't happen overnight. It happened because you had a committed government working hard on your behalf to ensure that you, the people of Barbados, benefit. And why does it matter when we have so many aircraft at the Grant Williams International Airport? It means that the taxi driver who will collect the passengers on the outside as they exit the arrivals hall and take them to their place of either stay, whether it's a hotel or Airbnb or wherever they're staying, the people who are working within tourism will also benefit. And those who benefit and those who work in the retail sector will also benefit. But we went to work to the point that we now have record earnings in tourism. You would have heard the governor of the central bank reporting that tourism recorded its best ever year in 2025. But we don't intend to stay there, ladies and gentlemen. We intend to continue to build on record year on year because we understand what it means to go to work and work hard in your name. And that is what we're about. We're about working hard. We're about working hard for you, the people of these constituencies. And we are certainly going to work hard to ensure that we maintain Barbados' space. And when you look to the future, what do you see? The future of Barbados shall remain bright. The future of Barbados is one that will have opportunities for you. The future of Barbados is one that will enhance your lifestyle and will certainly enhance your place within the society. And I say to you that we will continue to build on the good work. We are fortunate that we have a Prime Minister in the name of Mayor Montley, a woman who's committed and dedicated to the task at hand, a lady who continues to go to work, and she works day and she works night, working so hard on behalf of Barbados because we understand what it takes. We recognize the impact of our contribution, but we also recognize that if we don't go to work and work hard, what will happen to this country? And we shall never ever tire of working for you, because within the Barbados Labour Party, like I said before, we have to ensure we continue to make life better for our people. And that is why we go to work hard every day. And that is the mission at hand. And I want to say to you that when you look at our record, record in our red book, you will see where we've come from and where we are about to go. And I say to you that the Barbados Labour Party shall never let you down. The Barbados Labour Party will always be there with you, because the Barbados Labour Party believes in you, the people of Barbados, and we shall always continue to work on your behalf. But beyond what we've done, we also have to look to the future. And we look to the future despite everything that's happened in the global arena. You well know, as I said before, that we had the pandemic, and we managed our way through the pandemic. We managed our way. But of course, we have global events, and global events could create any challenge, could create any issues, or can create major issues. But the good thing about Barbados is that you have strong leadership. And the reason why you have strong leadership is because whenever there's a task at hand, you can be rest assured that Mayor Montley as Prime Minister will continue to lead her team of ministers, will continue to lead her parliamentary team, because it's absolutely necessary that we do so. And when we say to you that we believe in Barbados and we believe in every Barbadian, we know what we are saying, because we know that this Barbados Labour Party, this Barbados as well, has produced great leaders. And we have a good leader. We have an exceptional leader in our Prime Minister, Mayor Montley. We have a lady who never ever gets tired of doing what she has to do, and she shall continue to work hard on your behalf and behalf of all the people across Barbados. And I say to you that when you look and see what we are building out across Barbados, we would have, as a result of the increased number of tourists arriving, tourists on the island, record number of passengers arriving at Grantley International Airport, there are no opportunities to further build out hotels and other infrastructure across the island. You've seen not so long ago the Hotel Indigo on the south coast was open on a plot that remained there for some time. But tonight you see a very proud hotel, impressive hotel there on the south coast. And there are many others to come. We have a number of projects in the pipeline. When you look at the west coast as well as on the south coast, we have a number of hotel projects that will also bring further economic opportunities to the people of Barbados. And that is what we're about. We are about building opportunities. We are about reducing unemployment. We are about creating employment opportunities for the people, including those of you who live in St. Michael South and St. Michael South Central. And that is what we are about. So I say to you that the Barbados Labour Party shall continue to be faithful to you. The Barbados Labour Party will continue to do the job that we are known for. That is the job of hard work. And as I said repeatedly tonight, we shall never tire of hard work because we know we do not want to let you down, and we shall never ever let you down. And I say, when you look at Barbados today and you compare Barbados to prior to 2018, there's absolutely no comparison. We have built more hotels in this country to generate employment for everybody in the sector. We have done more infrastructure works in this country than any other administration. And we've brought unemployment down to its lowest compared to any administration in Barbados. And that is a government that is going to work, working hard for you and doing things for you, and things that you can see, things that you can feel, and things that you can see. That is what the Barbados Labour Party is about. And as we continue through this campaign, we shall tell you more about what we have done, but we will tell you more about what we have to do in the future. Like I said earlier, there are many more hotel projects coming on stream, and those hotel projects will give us opportunities. Those hotel projects will advance our economic interests. And when people go to work in those hotels, directly or indirectly, is an opportunity for us to ensure that those who are looking for employment continue to get jobs. Those who are looking for opportunities to advance as small business people, that they too get jobs. And that the small business people can move from small business operators to medium-sized and to eventually grow their businesses to the extent that they too can benefit from what we have to offer. So in Barbados, you have a clear choice. You have a choice between those who will talk and give you a lot of rhetoric and those who will perform. This Barbados Labour Party has performed. Without doubt, you know that this Barbados Labour Party has performed. And we will continue to perform in your interests because you have a choice. And the choice in this general election is very clear. A choice for you to continue to support the Barbados Labour Party. But not because you just want to support the Barbados Labour Party. To support the Barbados Labour Party because the Barbados Labour Party has gone to work and has worked hard on your behalf. An opportunity for you to ensure that your future remains secure. You cannot at this point continue to play with the future of Barbados. And I say to you that in working for you, we will continue to ensure that you prosper. Yes, we will have difficult times, and difficult times will require strong leadership. But we shall never tire. We shall never let you down. And we, for sure, will continue to work to make you proud. And as we seek your permission for an opportunity to continue the good works that we're doing, we do so proud that we have served you well. We do so on the basis that we have never let you down. We do so on the basis that we don't have any corruption. We do so on the basis that we shall continue to do what we do well, and that is to make life better for our people. And as I move across Barbados, and as I walk through this constituency this evening on my way here, there were people who were commending not only Marsha Caddle for outstanding work, but also Kirk Humphrey for the exceptional job that they continue to do. And I want to say to you that I want you to keep the faith with both Marsha and Kirk. They have been out here with you. They have worked hard with you. You've seen them in the community. They have done what any good representative would have done. That is to ensure that you see them, they see you, and that you can meet them and talk to them and discuss issues. But beyond that, You've seen what they have done to build out this constituency. They have done an incredible job on the border, and they will continue to do what they have to do to work hard on your behalf to ensure. And therefore, when we come to you and ask you for your permission for both Marsha and for Kirk, we do so recognizing the outstanding contribution that they have made. They have done well in the constituency. They have done well at the national level representing you. In Parliament, they have done an outstanding job speaking up on the issues that matter to you. And when it comes to the international stage, they have done well, even advancing Barbados' international agenda in their respective roles. And I say to you, you could not have asked. When you compare Marsha and Kirk to the others, in fact, I think you agree with me, there's no comparison. There's no comparison, absolute no comparison. But when you look at the caliber of persons that have presented themselves to you, when you look at their record, when you look at what they have accomplished in this constituency, I'm saying to you that you have a choice. And we recognize that you have a choice. But we also want to say to you that we want you to go on election day. And I want you to place your vote for Marsha Caddle, and I want you to place your vote for Kirk Humphrey. They have done well in the community, but they have also helped the Prime Minister to advance Barbados' agenda. They have helped us to advance the agenda for St. Michael South and for St. Michael South Central. And don't let anybody come around and fool you, because there are those from the other political parties who will want to come around at this point in time and would want to say to you, or will want to rubbish our record. But I want you to ask them, when the going was tough, did you see them? When the going was tough, did they come around and greet you? When the going was tough, were they knocking on your doors and visiting you? When the going was tough, did they put and extend that helping hand to help you, ladies and gentlemen? I say to you, they didn't lend the helping hand to help you. They didn't. What they did is that when the election was announced and they were caught napping, they then eventually got the momentum to come back and to come and knock on your doors simply asking you for a vote. But Kirk Humphrey and Marsha Caddle were around. They were walking, knocking on the doors during the last 7 years. They were meeting with you. They were on the football field with you. There were celebrations with you. There were graduations with you. They were always here with you. And in your moment of need, and in a time when you wanted them, you could pick up the phone and call them, and Marsha Caddle and Kirk Humphrey were here with you. And I want you to tell the others when they come around, listen, we didn't see you in the last 7 years. We didn't see you at all. We saw Kirk Humphrey and we saw Marsha Caddle, and those are the two we are going with. We are going with Marsha Caddle and Kirk Humphrey in these two constituencies. And that is what the difference is about in public life. People who will walk with you, people who will talk and have the conversation with you, and people who, when you need them, will be there for you. And I say proudly to you tonight that when you look at what you have and you compare what you have to what is being offered, I want you to make the deliberate judgment. I want you to make the choice, the very clear choice in this campaign, that a vote for Marsha Caddle, a vote for Kirk Humphrey is a vote for permission to continue the good works that they both have started and continuing with in this constituency. A vote for progressive leadership, a vote for strong leadership, a vote for stronger Barbados, and that is what you want. We don't want to go back to the past. We don't want to go back to those dark days. We want you to identify with progress, and we want you to advance with us as we take you along on this journey with us. And you will recognize that we are not arrogant. We're not boastful, but we come to you and we say to you, look at the hard work we've done, and we want to ask you for your endorsement, for your vote to continue the good works, as I've said, not only in these two constituencies, but across Barbados. And we know what we inherited in Barbados. We inherited a government that we took pride, and we took pride to ensure we rebuilt this country. We took pride to ensure that we made life better for our people. And no other government has even committed, when the Prime Minister says, share the burden, and you also have to share the bounty. And when the Solidarity Allowance was given to every person over 18 years of age, it was a reflection to say thank you. You walked the road with us. We know it was a difficult road, but when you look back at Barbados today, it is a better place. We have stronger foreign reserves, record foreign reserves, and that means something to you. It means something to you. The day you don't have reserves is the day you don't have foreign exchange to buy the cars, to buy the food, to buy the beauty products, to buy the clothing that we import. The day you don't have foreign reserves, we don't have enough money to satisfy imports. So it does make a difference, and it does matter to all of us. Barbados has not only built a strong economy, but we've had successive growths, quarters of growth. We have grown the Barbados economy. We've done it because if we grow the Barbados economy, it means that there are opportunities for you. It means that when we go to work and we work hard to grow the economy, it means that this place, Barbados, becomes a better place. So we have to. And we have to work hard. And we have to do what we do best to ensure that we, the Barbados Labour Party, live proudly and uphold what we've always strived for, is to make life better for our people. And I say to you that we will continue to improve in a new term. We will continue to improve Barbados. We will continue to improve our road infrastructure. We will continue to improve public transport. We will continue to improve water distribution across Barbados. We will continue to build out all sectors of the economy, including agriculture, because we know that when we build Barbados, that everybody grows with us, and that is what we want to accomplish. So I say to you, have no doubt whatsoever, absolutely no doubt, that you have to make that choice. That clear choice, faced with what you have with today, a united party, a dedicated party, a solid team for the times, a team that can advance the cause of Barbados, the team that can manage the Barbados economy, the team that can deliver for you, the people of Laynes Road and surrounding areas, a team that is hugely committed to your success. You have to make the difference. And when you see the team that we presented, including our 30 candidates in this campaign, you contrast the 30 candidates that you have in this campaign to them rest. What do you see? You see a progressive element on the one side with the Barbados Labour Party, and I don't know what to say about them rest. Let them rest, go about their business. They're not settled, they're not united, they have no team, they have no plan. They will tell you that they have a plan, but when you look at it, what do they have? You need a strong team for challenging times. You need strong leadership for difficult and demanding times. And you need a team that understands what it takes and what is required. And when you look at it, when you look at Prime Minister Motley, can you compare Prime Minister Motley to the leader of the Democratic Labour Party?
Oh, Lord.
There's no comparison. Absolutely no comparison. When you see a lady who has been able not only to meet with international institutions, but a lady who had a vision, supported by her team, to pull Barbados from despair. That is what we call strong leadership. A leader who's been able to work with the public, with the private sector, work with the labor unions, and work with other civil society associations and organizations to ensure that we pull Barbados back and to get Barbados back to where we had to get it. When you think about where we've come from, it is because we have a leader. And when you compare the Barbados Labour Party's leader to the leader of them other political parties, I am sure you will say there's absolutely no comparison. When you look at the skill set, when you look at the economic skills that she possesses, when you look not only at the skills that she's brought to government, the years of experience that she brings to government, you say that you have a tried, you have a tested, and you have a competent leader in Mia Motley, ladies and gentlemen. And that is what this country needs. This is not a time to play with Barbados. This is not a time to mess around with the economy of Barbados. This is not a time to mess with Barbados as a country. This is a time based on all that we are facing within the international community. A time to ensure that we have strong leadership. A time to ensure that we have people who are committed and who know what they're about. People who are dedicated to the cause of developing Barbados. Not people who simply want to wear a party color. People who simply want to give the impression that they know what it is that they want to do. I say to you that we have people in this Barbados Labour Party who are capable, who are strong, and that is what makes the decisive difference. And I say to all of you in this constituency, all of you next door in the constituency of St. Michael's South Central, I say to you, never ever get tired of voting for a Barbados Labour Party that continues to work hard on your behalf. You vote not only for a competent government, you vote not only for a progressive government, but you vote for a team of individuals who are committed to the cause, who are committed to the development of Barbados, and that is what we are about. We are about the future. We are about taking Barbados to the next level, and we want you, with the will of the people, we want you to continue to advance the cause of Barbados. And I say to you, your choice is very clear in this general election. You have a clear choice. A choice between a government that has performed, despite all the challenges that we are faced with, and the choice that you have is that we have a strong and a proven leader. And when we talk about Beijing strong, it is about us as a people. You supported us in 2018 when we asked you for your permission to lead the government. And in 2022, we came back to you and we asked you for your permission to lead the government. And we did so based on a record of accomplishment. And we are back here to you in 2026 based on an outstanding record of accomplishment to ask you for your support to continue the Barbados Labour Party's agenda. That agenda is to build out this country. That agenda is to lift you out of a people. That agenda is to keep you safe as a people. That agenda is to ensure that we do good by you, the people. And I say to all of you, that this Barbados Labour Party is not an institution that is broken. This Barbados Labour Party is a united team. This Barbados Labour Party understands what is required to advance the cause of this country. This Barbados Labour Party has capable individuals who will continue to deliver on your behalf. And I will not get tired of asking you from this platform to continue to support Marsha Caddle and Kirk Humphrey, dedicated to the cause, very passionate about what they do, and people who believe in what they have to do and what they have to offer. And I say to you in my closing remarks, I'm not sure if I run afoul of the time. The chairman is looking at me, but I'm not sure if I have run afoul of the time. But I say to you that in both representatives, you have good choices. And I want you to go there on election day, and I want you to continue to support and to vote for Kirk Humphrey and Marsha Caddle. Kirk Humphrey and Marsha Caddle, with your permission, on their way to Parliament once again to serve you, the people of St. Michael South Central and St. Michael South. Go to the polls, go and vote Marsha Caddle, Kirk Humphrey, and support the Barbados Labour Party, and ensure that Mayor Motley returns as Prime Minister of this country to continue the journey forward. Good night and God bless you.
Two steps to the right, 'cause we know that he is the best. Gooding-Edghill is the man. Oh Lord, he got the best plan. Oh gosh, he and does always deliver. That's why he is the best ever. When things get rough, he does show up steady. Yeah, promises he always keeping, no hiding or disappearing.
Comrades, are you still red and ready? Comrades, are we beige and strong? Comrades, are we ready to put our X on February 11th for our candidate? Comrade, we have the perfect mix of experience with youthful exuberance, because we understand that a political party and that politics and governance, everybody got to do the work. And so our next speaker was first elected to Parliament in 2003 and has served Barbados in numerous leading roles, including Chairman of the National Petroleum Corporation, Chairman of Bayview Hospital and General Secretary, and Vice President of the Barbados Labour Party. He has also served in multiple cabinet portfolios, including transport and works and maintenance, housing, lands and maintenance, and his current senior ministerial responsibility. Comrades, I know you already know who I am talking about, because this comrade's leadership is disciplined, experienced, and focused on building a Barbados that functions better for every citizen. You know who I am talking about, because he says that when you do good, good will attend you, and I welcome none other than Comrade William Duguid.
Christian West constituency, Duguid. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get these votes in. What about here? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for style larking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let me get these votes in. What about here? Joe can't get to the polls, no time for style larking. Duguid is the man with the plan, who always understands. You need a helping hand. Duguid is the man. This is Christchurch West. Them parties cannot test.
Wait, that is all one I got. That is all one I got. My friends, this Barbados Labour Party is ready. Y'all sure that y'all ready though? Let me hear that y'all ready. Say ready. 1, 2, 3. You ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? You sound good. You sound like you're ready. My job is very simple tonight. I am here to support the candidacy of two of my very good friends. Kirk Humphrey, who has been a tremendous representative for the constituency of St. Michael South, and everybody knows that. And of course, the darling Marsha Caddle for St. Michael South Central. You know, I'm going to start with the concept of ladies first. Marsha has represented St. Michael South Central with stellar and ability and capability. She stands up for every single person. I am amazed at what she's been able to get done, whether she was in cabinet. In fact, I think she get more done when she's not in cabinet, because she makes difficult lives for the ministers. And I am proud to see that Marsha Caddle has had the successes that she has had. but I can talk a little bit about who she's running against. Now, I know my friend Richard for a long, long time. Richard was in my class when we were 11 years old. But, you know, Richard ran for a position in the Democratic Labour Party, and he only gets 6 votes. If Richard ain't realized that he is done, clearly this election will prove to him, Richard, if you're listening, I want to make it clear, you're done. Richard, you're done. Richard, you're done. If you run, the Democratic Labour Party showed you that you're done, and you still come back and think you could challenge Marsha. But the people of St. Michael's South Central will make it clear, and after this, you're going to be done. Marsha will continue to represent this constituency. She has done a fantastic job, and she will continue. When she was in the ministry, she did an excellent job. She was able to command the support and the respect of every single person in the ministry and in the cabinet. And I know that she will continue to be a fantastic representative for the people of this. Y'all agree with me, or y'all don't agree? I can't hear you. Y'all agree? All right. So I look forward to going up the steps with Marsha. And let me tell you, I share a boundary with Marsha. My boundary is not here. My boundary is up in Clapham. And the people in Clapham, let me tell you, love Marsha Caddle. The people in Tweedside love Marsha Caddle. The people in the Moral Hole love Marsha Caddle. The people all across Brittons Hill love Marsha Caddle, because Marsha Caddle has been a stellar representative for the people of St. Michael's South Central. The next person that I've come to encourage and to tell you to get out and vote for is my friend Kirk Humphrey. Now, nobody canvasses like Kirk Humphrey. I remember when I first started canvassing on a scooter, Kirk Humphrey was on a bicycle. It's a fact. Kirk Humphrey has been canvassing from the day the last election finished till now. He has been to every nook and cranny. He's been to all the houses. All of y'all know him. And you know the girls love him. I understand that. I understand. The girls out there saying they love him in truth. I understand. Why? A few girls love Duguid too, you know. All right. Huh? But let me tell you, there is no other constituency closer to me in Christchurch West than St. Michael's South. I want to say that again. There is no other constituency closer to me and to my heart other than Christchurch West. It is St. Michael's South. And why is that? Because St. Michael's South, parts of St. Michael's South, used to be Christchurch West. The area that I grew up in, Dayton Road, Dells Road, Paddock Road, Rollins Road, Tate Road, Gunsight Road, all of those used to be part of Christchurch West. I know all the people out there. I grew up in Dayton. I could have gone in anybody's house in Dayton and eat out their pot. Anybody who knows Dayton knows that and knows me. They could have, whenever they went to KD's, they would see me at the cash register from 8 years old. Well, oh Lord, I hear about Goody. Oh Lord, I remember Goody. Goody worked with my father and was a fantastic person. Absolutely. So, because of that, the people of St. Michael's South that I grew up with would obviously come and report to me how they were being treated by Kirk Humphrey. And let me tell you, every single one of them love Kirk Humphrey. because they love that he represents people. You see the sign? People over politics. And that's exactly what Kirk stands for. And if y'all want more of the same, you only got one choice. Well, I even know who it is running against you. I don't even know. Because the other person is making no impact whatsoever. So when y'all go to the polls, you got one choice in St. Michael South. That is vote Humphrey. Vote Humphrey. And I want to be clear. Because I'm hearing all the time, oh, Duguid, you already win. Oh, Humphrey already win. Oh, Caddle already win. That is the worst thing that could happen. If you fail to vote, you might end up with a representative you did not want. You have to get out and put your X because your X matters. And let me tell you all, and this is an important theme that I am going to continue to speak about whenever I speak in this campaign. And I want you to listen carefully. Elections change lives. You hear what I tell you? Elections change lives. Just think of what happened in the United States when they voted for somebody that they didn't want. And what happened to them now? Elections change lives. So I want all of you to understand, to remember that y'all need more of the same. Y'all don't like how me are handling this country? Y'all don't like how me are handling this country? All over the world, wherever I go, people come and say, can she be the prime minister of our country as well? Because of how well she manages. And in the same way that you vote, when you vote for Kirk Humphrey, that's a vote for Mia Motley. When you vote for Marsha Caddle, that's a vote for Mia Motley. So the only way we can continue to be able to take this country to a higher level is to get the Barbados Labour Party candidate in your constituency. So I encourage you, all of you, to get out there, vote for Marsha, vote for Kirk, and of course, in those up there for Christchurch West, vote for Do Good, because do good and good shall attend you. Good night and God bless you all.
Labour Party family.
Christian West constituency, Duguid. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let we get these votes in. What about here? Joe can't get to the polls, no time to stay larking. Less talking, more voting. Everybody let we get these votes in. What about here? Joe can't get to the
Labour Party family. You know, tonight is my first night speaking on a political platform. And I'm feeling the love. I'm feeling the energy. I am feeling red and I am feeling ready. We listened to William Duguid speak tonight. And that, my friends, is a man with a plan. He said very accurately that elections change lives. And on February 11th, we are not taking a chance with any other political party but the Barbados Labour Party. Without further ado, our next speaker hails all the way from St. Michael Southeast. And this is a woman that has transformed the way we think about reconstructing our roads. She's transformed the way we thought about transportation, and she has transformed the Ministry of Transport and Works in this country. So that when you hear the opposition mount a platform and talk about starving, it could only be because that they are accustomed to starving themselves. They are starving for ideas. They are starving for talent. And they are starving for a political leader. But this Barbados Labour Party will not starve on February 11th. So without further ado, from St. Michael, I bring to you Santia Bradshaw.
Are you ready? 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 When the roll is called out Party family, we are ready to roll. Let me hear you. Good night. What a pleasant feeling it is to be amongst you in this constituency tonight. You have heard the other speakers say that we are ready to roll, and in St. Michael's Southeast is no different. We are ready to roll. Now, tonight, I am going to take my time because I think you all know that my voice is not the best. You all know that my energy, though, is always the same. But I'm going to protect my voice a little bit, as all of my other colleagues have had to try to do, because we have a lot of talking to do, and we have a lot of convincing of you to do as we tell you about the Barbados Labour Party's record and why it is that you need to vote for the Barbados Labour Party on February 11th. Now, I come here tonight proud to drive across Laynes Road because it is one of the roads on our list for the transformation of the road infrastructure network in Barbados. This road, as you all know, Kirk Humphrey has annoyed me about day after day and night after night to make sure that this road out here was paved. Villa Road, Dayton Road, and there's a long list of roads across this constituency that Kirk has made sure to mention to me every opportunity he has gotten. And I want to tell you tonight that this Barbados Labour Party administration has not had the luxury of being able to pick and choose which roads we do, but rather to make sure that we're able to ensure that all of the candidates, all of the MPs across the government have had the opportunity to get a little something. We have had to make sure that we prioritize the road infrastructure, especially where roads were in some cases worse than others. And we've had to make sure that we maintain the road infrastructure network at the same time. Now, many people will say, you know, we got potholes all over the place. And that is true. But I want to take you back to 7 years ago when the Barbados Labour Party took office. And I'll tell you why. In 2017, a study was done, which is called an International Road Assessment Study, by international organizations, which allowed us to be able to look at the road conditions in this country. At that time, the report told us that 70% of our roads in this country were either poor or they were in bad condition. 70%. 30% of the roads in the country were considered to be good. Now, Bajans, y'all can do the math. If 70% of the roads in 2017, which was only a partial assessment of the roads in Barbados, highlighted that those roads were either poor or bad, it would tell you that the Barbados Labour Party, on coming to office, had a lot of work to do. We have now had 3 ministers. Minister Duguid, you had Minister Gooding-Edghill, both of whom have been here on this stage tonight. You have had myself and the Paralsec, Rommel Springer, as well as ministers responsible for public works. And I can tell you that in the course of the last few years, the last 7 years, the amount of road infrastructure that has been done in this country has far exceeded any infrastructure works that were done in the previous decade before 2018, and certainly by any other administration, whether Barbados Labour Party or Democratic Labour Party administration. And that is a fact. Many of you have seen that we have taken a different approach to road infrastructure. Because as I said in St. Michael East last night, you all are accustomed to, in an election, every little road getting patched. All kinds of asphalt you see and throwing holes that you didn't see getting fixed for ages. And we have taken a position as an administration that instead of trying to patch roads and frustrating the residents of this country, that we would take our time to be able to assess the roads, make sure that we are in a position to know what exactly needs to be done. And by knowing what needs to be done, I am talking about whether a road needs the curbs, whether it needs curb and slipper, whether it needs drainage.
Because people seem to feel that we can just take up asphalt and we can just put back down asphalt and we can just walk away and feel good as a Barbados Labour Party administration that we have satisfied what y'all brought us to office to be able to do. That, my people, is not the Barbados Labour Party way. Our motto is that we make life better for Barbadians. And by so doing, it means that we must be able to leave a record behind us that is uncontested by anybody in terms of what we have been able to do in terms of infrastructure. So when we say to you, and I looked on the news tonight, I see Sweetvale Road for the first time, Tony Moore out there in St. George, recognizing that test pits are being done because we have awarded roads across this country. 20 roads have been awarded at the end of last year for contractors to either start road works in this country or to be able to do design works to get the ball rolling in 2026. When I hear Kerry Simmons on the news tonight talking about Prior Park Road, a road which the last administration didn't even see it fit, even in light of the expansion in the St. James area, to put on its agenda to be able to do. I know that the achievements of this Barbados Labour Party, all of you must be proud of what we have been doing. And roadworks in this country does not come without disruption. You cannot fix your house even if you live in your house and you're trying to make repairs. You cannot make the repairs to a house without there being disruption. And equally, our road infrastructure network cannot be repaired and rehabilitated unless there's disruption. So I know many of you will say that the utility companies wait until the MTW awards the roads to the contractors and then they peek round the corner and they go and they start digging up the roads. But I want you to understand that in every instance, we consult and coordinate with the utility companies before a road is developed in this country. And many times, even if we've gotten the go-ahead, what sometimes happens is that when you put the heavy equipment on top of the road, sometimes the mains would break because some of the mains are actually quite old. So we get the green light sometimes, but because of unforeseen circumstances, we find ourselves in a situation where we have to have the road dug back up. The truth of the matter is we have had a number of different programs. And sometimes I think the public gets a little confused by the amount of programs that we have had. So you have the pothole patching program, for which we've said to the country, we recognize that the way in which we have done pothole patching has not been the best way. We have said we want to have new technology being used by the workers in MTW to make sure that it is not a slapdash approach that is used, but rather that we are using equipment that is able to cut the road clean and make sure that we can apply the asphalt clean on the road, so that when you drive over the surface, it doesn't feel as though it is worse than when the pothole patching machine actually came to the scene. We have invested in that, and not the mock sport stupidness that we heard in Parliament by the leader of the opposition, making it seem as though because an election is looming, that the Barbados Labour Party just went out and bought pothole machines. We have planned. We have had the foresight to be able to see where the country needs to go. And Prime Minister Motley will tell us over and over and again, if you don't have the fiscal space, you're going to have to do the planning in order to make sure that when you have the money, you're in a position to be able to build out the infrastructure. So we also have, apart from the pothole patching, you would have seen roads like this particular road done under the Mill and Pave program, which was roads that were not very complex. Roads that simply required us to dig up the road, mill the road, and be able to pave immediately to be able to build back the infrastructure. We have also had what we call the Focus Roads program. We're coming out of the Mill and Pave, where we did over 70 roads in this country across the length and breadth of Barbados. We determined that there were roads that we could not do under the Mill and Pave because they were not that simple. And we went back to the drawing board and we said we need a different program to be able to address the drainage issues, to be able to make sure that we put in this curb and slipper across the various communities. And those roads are ongoing as we speak. In every community across the 30 constituencies that we have listened to the people. Because I can tell you, it is because of you, the people of this country, that we have been able to shape a roadworks program that allows us to prioritize. I tell people all the time, I do not mind when people criticize the roadworks program of MTW because it allows us to be better. So for every pothole picture that is taken, for every call-in on the radio programs, we are able to go back to the drawing board and to make sure that we refine our list to be able to address and to listen to the people who sent us to do the job on their behalf. Because when you haven't had roadworks done in this country for a period of 10 years, it means that you have to hit the ground running. But it also means that you have to take your time to be able to make sure that you have the adequate number of contractors to do the works, that you ensure that you have the right equipment, that you are deploying the right technologies, and that you are meeting the standards that are necessary to be able to deal with the intensity of the rainfall that we're experiencing now within this country. There was a time when we used to say that we could build roads through the whole year. The works program of MTW has changed drastically. Because in the last few years in particular, what we realized is that the January to June period is usually the hottest part of the year. We might get a few showers like this from time to time, but generally, we are able to hit the ground running between January and June. So what did the Barbados Labour Party administration do in the last few years? We determined that so long as we could have the fiscal space to be able to put money into the estimates for the January to June period and not wait until the beginning of the financial year in April, that we were going to shift around the monies to put the hard-earned monies that Ian and others in tourism have been working to make sure that we build up our economic structure for, that we are able to put those monies into building out our road infrastructure. We have also determined, as you will see, in addition to those 20 roads, that we have 2 roundabouts that have been a bugbear and a concern for Barbadians for decades. And I speak of the Windsor-Brighton roundabout. Michael, as I talked to him over the last few weeks, has told me when I mentioned roads to him that he recalls that these files were sitting in MTW for a long time. He left the Ministry of Public Works, and these roads and these roundabouts had not been attended to. Our record in the Barbados Labour Party is the strongest record ever in terms of infrastructure of roads in this country. We have also got the Scotland District, because while we're talking about St. Michael roads, and while we're talking about designs for Highway 7 from Bay Street to Oystins now being completed, for the first time ever, to be able to do the expansion that is needed on Highway 7, one of our busiest roadways, we have also been putting much needed funds into the rural districts. And the Barbados Labour Party family would understand when I speak of White Hill. Because White Hill people, under the previous administration, were a forgotten people. They were a people who, because of land slippage, were told that they did not matter. There was no urgency for White Hill. For those who were in that administration, the people of White Hill, the shopkeepers who needed to have a roadway to get to them so they could earn a living, the last administration did not care about them. Don't mind them now jumping in potholes and wading through water like a bunch of puppets. We have taken the time to make sure that across the length and breadth of Barbados, that we put the money into developing the road infrastructure network. And in the Scotland District, many of you may see East Coast Road and the phases of East Coast Road developing. But what you don't see are the villages in King Street. What you don't see are the inner communities in Babylon Road. What you don't see is the Laynes Bridge that we have been able to fix in St. Joseph. And I can tell you tonight that places like Melvin Hill Bridge that broke down because of the intensity of rainfall. I was able to tell the AG this evening that work was restart on that project because they had to do the designs. Works will start on that project on Monday morning. Because we understand what having good infrastructure in this country we understand what good infrastructure in this country means to Barbadians. And we are determined as an administration to fix it. And I suggest that the song man fix these speakers fast. Because we also have, and you don't hear about this from the Democratic Labour Party, we talk a lot about roads and potholes, but you don't hear them talking about how the Barbados Labour Party is going to fix the drainage in this country. The Barbados Labour Party administration has heard the cries of the people in relation to drainage issues, in relation to flooding. So whether it is Pillarsdorf or Martinsdale's Road, whether it is Trent's in St. James or Dover in Christchurch, or whether it is Goodland Gardens or Wilcox and Wotton, this administration in the last 2 years has been working to make sure that we have the designs done to be able to start the works in this financial year to bring an end to the issues of flooding that has been experienced in those communities. We have 7 flood engineering tenders that went out. And I stand here tonight to tell you proudly that this Barbados Labour Party administration in 2026 will deliver on the promises across those communities to make sure that flooding, that we take care of the issues of flooding and we mitigate against flooding. We don't have any control over the creator. So we can fix roads and we can fix drains. But at the end of the day, we have a duty to the people of this country to mitigate the issues of flooding, and that is what we intend to do. Just as you would recognize, we have also been able to bring to this country 121 electric buses, the largest fleet in this part of the Western Hemisphere. Unprecedented in any other Caribbean territory. You got Caribbean countries lining up, calling the Ministry of Public Works for meetings to understand how did Barbados take such a bold step to make sure that it is able to have the largest electric fleet in the country. We are building out our infrastructure to make sure that we can deliver on what we have said to the people we would do. Because when people are saying, well, I can't get a bus and I can't get this and I can't get this road service, ask yourselves whether you are in a better position today, though, than what you were in 2018. The last administration did not buy any buses. And that's why I say tonight, I have to give you context, because sometimes we forget the journey that we have traveled. The Barbados Labour Party administration had to make sure when it came to office that year after year, it invested in making sure that we were able to have an electric bus fleet in this country. We brought in the buses at the end of December as we promised the people of this country. Prime Minister Motley, on one of her journeys to China, was able to negotiate a deal to allow us to have 30 electric buses supplied by the People's Republic of China. And we are grateful for her stewardship and her ability to command the presence on the international stage, that people will stand up and listen when she speaks, to be able to not give us handouts, but to be able to do the things that will impact the people of this country. And we didn't just rely on a donation. She then said, Santia, go and get 35 more buses and bring them to Barbados. Because once we have the fiscal space, we're going to make sure that we continue to invest in that type of infrastructure in this country. But while we've been doing that, we've also recognized that the Transport Board has become an animal in itself, that in many ways it has become a drain on the public purse. And we recognize that greater efficiency is necessary. If we are to bring in 121 buses, then we have to make sure that you, the public, know when a bus is coming, that you can plan your day. That where there are routes that have not been serviced, that we are able to fill in the blanks and to make sure that you can be serviced. We want to make sure that we create a public transportation system that is reliable, that is efficient, that is one that Barbadians can be proud of. That in the same way that you go to other countries and you can stand at a bus pole or you can look on your phone and you can see when a bus is coming and you can plan your journey, that in the same way we now have to modernize the Transport Board to make sure we are able to do the same thing here in Barbados. And we have therefore embarked not on a selling off of the Transport Board, as some would want you to believe, because if you check the record of the Barbados Labour Party from the days of Grantley Adams, anything to do with public transportation has always been about enfranchisement of our people. It has been about giving the ordinary man and woman an opportunity to be able to own a bus or public transportation in this country. Regardless of what people who have gotten the buses have done, that's a different matter. But what the thinking and the vision always was from the Barbados Labour Party was to make sure that ordinary people had a stake in public transportation. And so by bringing the buses and by improving the system, it is our intention to bring together what is known as the Barbados Mass Transit Authority, which is simply an amalgamation of the Transport Board and the Transport Authority. It is not a sale of Transport Board. It is not a sale of Transport Authority. It is an investment and divestment model which allows for us to enfranchise the workers of the various entities, to allow people to now be able to own a bus in a model which allows for a mass transit authority to regulate and to make sure that order is brought to public transportation in this country. And I say to you tonight that we have not jumped up and responded to the Democratic Labour Party when they make all kinds of allegations. Because this Barbados Labour Party administration and this minister can tell you that her tail will not be ruffled. Her mane will not be soiled by the Democratic Labour Party. But instead, we remain focused on being able to create an enfranchisement model that allows workers to be able to have a stake in public transportation. And we will continue our discussions with the workers first, with the stakeholder unions, to make sure that they understand the approach of this Barbados Labour Party in relation to public transportation. And therefore, we will continue to be sure-footed in terms of what it is that we are doing. We have already spoken to the unions, and we could not negotiate in relation to the enfranchisement model without the advice and the direction given by the unions. And that is what we have sought to do on every single occasion, whether it is in relation to agriculture or any other sector. The Barbados Labour Party administration has been sure to speak to its stakeholders to make sure that we get their input as well. So tonight I stand here proud of the legacy of the Barbados Labour Party. We have done more for this country in the last 7 years and have worked harder as a cabinet than I believe any other cabinet of Barbados has done. I am the child of a politician who served in the Tom Adams administration. And I can tell you, when I speak to my father, what we do today is unparalleled to what the Tom Adams cabinet had to do in relation to turning around the economy of Barbados and being able to transform the national agenda for this country. But we could not be doing all that we do if we did not have a leader in whom we were well pleased. People will talk, and I ask you tonight to be clear in your minds that Mia Amor Montley has the interests of the people of this country at heart. It is chalk and cheese when you hear the leader of the opposition open his mouth to talk about a vision for Barbados. I cannot tell you what the clear vision is for what a Democratic Labour Party administration would do. I don't know how to articulate or to defend their policies or even to agree with something that makes sense, because I don't think the public of Barbados is clear on the things that a Democratic Labour Party administration would want to do. I cannot listen as a leader of government business to a man who spent very little time on the floor of Parliament, who did not answer the messages of what we were debating in Parliament, who did not input in the parliamentary group meetings, who attended Parliament infrequently and only came to Parliament simply to speak and to go. And I encourage you to pay attention to these things, because if you do not have the interests of the people in terms of the legislation and the advocacy that is needed in the halls of Parliament, I do not know how you expect to be able to defend or to even be able to lead this country through any trials and tribulations that we may have. In St. John, he has run from Christchurch South to another constituency. And I believe that the people of St. John will deliver to him a good whipping in St. John that will send a message to the Democratic Labour Party that you cannot take people and Barbadians for granted. The Barbados Labour Party produced a record of achievements, not of the last 3 years, but of 7 years of stewardship in this country. And we are proud of those achievements. But February 11th is a day on which we are asking you to go to the polls and to return all of the candidates that are on the ballot paper. All of the candidates who are fighting for the first time, Tyra and Michael, on our ballot paper, to make sure that we have the people in Parliament to be able to continue to transform Barbados. We cannot get complacent as a people or as a Barbados Labour Party and believe that because the polls may show the Barbados Labour Party in the lead, or because you see a couple of hundred people at meetings, or you see a whole set of people on a platform, that the Barbados Labour Party has won the election. Prime Minister always says support is not votes. And I'm urging you tonight, while the date has gone in terms of transfers and registration, that for all of you who are the foot soldiers of the Barbados Labour Party, for all of you who believe that we have done all that we can up to this point to be able to deliver on the things that we have said to you we would do, to give us the opportunity to continue on the current trajectory to ensure that 2026 is a year where, whether it is Ministry of Transport and Works, whether it is in relation to housing, whether it's in relation to agriculture, that this Barbados Labour Party administration is able to deliver on the things that the foundation have been laid for. Because we all know and can relate to these things. You're building a house, you have to build a foundation. You cannot put on a roof unless you build your foundation. You cannot put on the sides unless you build a foundation. And this Barbados Labour Party administration has spent the last few years, in the face of COVID, in the face of ashfall, in the face of trying to address the issues of the fiscal imbalances, we have been able to make sure that we have held and kept our people safe, while at the same time planning and seeking to transform the Barbados economy and the Barbados society. And I want to tell you tonight that the job has only just begun. I recall as a child making a distinction between the Barbados Labour Party and the Democratic Labour Party, and I'm going to leave you with this. As a child going about Barbados, I spoke on my first political platform at the age of 16, up in Golden Rock in the Pine. I consider myself to be a political baby. And if you cut me, I can bleed Barbados Labour Party till I dead. And my distinction has always been that the Democratic Labour Party is extremely good at the antics, at the short-term things that will catch people's attention. But the Barbados Labour Party has always been outstanding at being able to see the vision, to be able to have good leaders, to be able to chart a path for the transformation of our country. And those who are old enough to know will understand what I am talking about. There is a distinction. They are quick with the music and the antics. The Barbados Labour Party lays a foundation and builds on that foundation to be able to transform people. When we took people from the Ashfall working as contract workers, we didn't cast them aside. We said to the young people of this country, we see you and we feel you. And we're going to put you to train to make sure that what you came in with, you don't leave with. That if you came in with no skills, you came in with records to your name, you came in just looking for an opportunity to work, that we were going to give you a second chance in life to be able to train up and to assist you with getting trust loans, to be able to start your businesses, to offer your services back to the government of Barbados and to the private sector. And today I stand on this platform, proud to have been a minister that has made sure that those young people who were contract workers in MTW are now proudly trained up. We've taken 15 teams with 10 people each, and we have deployed them across the country as contract teams to be able to keep Barbados's roadways and its drains clean. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. And many of those young people, because we like to forget things, are the young people that people will discard. They are the people that the Barbados Labour Party sees. Because many of them sometimes are not employable. Many of them have conflicts within their communities. Many of them are people who can't step out of the boundaries of the vicinity of their constituency. And we didn't leave them by the wayside. We tried to capture those who we could to make sure that they could earn a decent living and earn a food to feed themselves and their families. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. So when the Democratic Labour Party tells you that we are a party of the rich, I want you to remember the Barbados Labour Party that has made sure that our own people have been able to have access to agricultural lands, from the Pine Basin to Laynes, down to Mount Poyer. I got young people calling and saying, we don't want to work in the fields, but we want to be a part of the agricultural transformation, to be able to be involved in container farming, to be able to be involved in vertical farming, and to be trained up to be transformational in this country. That is the Barbados Labour Party way. So tonight, as we bring and we support the members and the candidates on our boundaries, we are all one St. Michael. And if you touch one, you touch all of us. So let the word go out that St. Michael is strong. We may have our differences, but the one thing we are united by is the fact that the Barbados Labour Party way is the way for making a better life for the people not only of St. Michael, but for all Barbados. Good night and God bless.
Call me anytime. never tap out. A lioness is on the rise. Don't ever have no doubt. When the roll is called up, we'll be standing taller to face the darkest and the hardest of times. We'll be taking care of all the children thereof. But if it's required, we'll be on the front line. You can call me by my name. One thing that I know when election time come wrong again. When the BLP in power, we smiling again. Labour people, represent with your hand in the air. Put 'em up. Yo!
Election is the time we love to meet up with all my friends. What's me and Monday and me's boundary? The country winning. Me and people represent with your hand in the air. Let's go.
Leadership that's strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles. We are for you, me, we, and the BLP party.
It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we set. Is action you want, then real action you go get. Because you, me, we, and the heart of the country.
Vision come and pump it, pump it up, pump it, pump it up, pump it, pump it up, pump it.
Cause we got the team that winning. Every single body winning. Energy and vibes winning.
Every single man and woman I see inside of it. Got so much love for this country, we see it every day.
Vision people
Represent with your hand in the air.
put them up in the air. My team is equal that full of hype and energy. When we link up, Barbados goes far. That's a guarantee. BLP people represent with your hand in the air. Put them up.
Leadership that's strong with pride in challenging times. When we come together, the country smiles 'cause we are for you, me, we, and the BLP party.
It could be COVID or a threat. Me and God we set. Is action you want, then real action you go get. Because you, me, we, and the heart of the country.
Vision come and pump it, pump it up, pump it.
The BLP way, and let me say it once again, comrades, y'all look red and ready. Comrades, y'all look nice tonight. And so our next speaker, I remember when I first met her, she was doing the Grant Lee Adams lecture, and I did the vote of thanks. And I remember sitting there and I looked at her and I said, if she could do it with her history and her background and the way that she grew up, then I could do it too. Because in this Labour Party, we inspire everyone. Comrades, you know her. She always has a smile on her face. She borders St. Michael South. She is a member of Parliament for St. Michael South Central. She's an economist, a public policy strategist, a former Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment in Barbados.
BL South Central, St. Michael, Lorionis. BL South Central.
And in her last role as the Barbados as the Minister of Industry, Innovation and Science Technology, she did some phenomenal work. And so she says care, commitment, and courage, and she has done exactly that. And so I want to invite Comrade Marsha Caddle to speak to you tonight.
Introducing a lady for the people, woman of the people, our representative, Marsha Caddle. Anyway, Marsha step in, me going step so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet till the D's we don't take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Caddle going step car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man even showing how we corner. Tell the D's we don't take car. This lady so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the fin of money in her face. South Central, any problems, just call her. Marsha support the old and the young, yeah, working as a team. South Central, and you know what me mean. And nothing is greater than Marsha. See all I wanna accomplish, then dream. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. BLP's riding for you and for I.
Good night, good night.
Where BLP go, they don't lie. Don't ask me.
Wait, Mr. DJ, you holding a double here. Good night to Brittons Hill. Good night, St. Michael South Central. Good night, St. Michael South. Good night, Barbados Labour Party, and good night to all of the wonderful people of Barbados who are watching us. Now I can let my team. How this team look? This team may look sweet. This South Central team may look sweet. It is because of this crew and all the people of South Central that we can do the work that we do. I can let the team take it ease and go down tonight because the place slippery, outside wet. I want everybody to be safe. But tonight, it is such a wonderful thing to be here in Brittons Hill with you. And this is a national meeting. This is a national meeting. But you will have to allow me to have a little bit of a spot meeting mood tonight. And to talk directly to you, my people, in Brittons Hill, in St. Michael South Central. I want to talk to y'all direct tonight because this is a short campaign. And we got things to talk. Because Brittons Hill, and I talking about Villa Road, I talking about Laynes Road, I talking about Valerie, Scott's Gap, Beals Gap, where we were today, Culliman Rock, Rollock Court, Wares Gap, Brittons Crossroad, and I hope I call all because I know if I ain't call all, I get me in trouble when I get down from here tonight. But this is a community that I feel I have been able to get very, very, very close to. And Brittons Hill, you and I, we have a special relationship, and I mean that. When I look around at the people who are working with us from these communities, it was not always that way. And we've done a lot of work to build up that relationship, and I'm really here tonight to talk to you about relationship. Because anybody who knows me knows that I am not in the business of transactional politics. I was not raised that way. And the people who helped bring me up, and Roshana just talked about it, because a lot of us were raised by a lot of people. And it had to be built on the relationships that we had. And it's not just a conversation to Brittons Hill tonight, but this constituency runs from Clapham Road to Hanginsbury Road. A woman looked at me today when we were canvassing and said, oh, this constituency is long. There are a lot of communities. And sometimes, because other people are not right next to us, we only see what is right next to us. But part of what I have come tonight to talk about is how this Barbados Labour Party way of governance and this Barbados Labour Party way of representation and this Marsha Caddle way and this Kirk Humphrey way of representation is about relationships. It is about family. And this is all family in front here tonight, and all from Valerie to Scott's Gap and all around here is family. Now, I think, and I heard the Prime Minister say it the other day, that I feel that we have come to a mature point in our democracy. And I think that you have come to trust this Barbados Labour Party government enough that we have to have some difficult conversations. They need not be difficult. But we have to be able to speak frankly to each other. And I feel that we need to be able to speak about what you should and can expect from your representative, but equally, I can't do this by myself. You can see that. Kirk cannot do it by himself. And we all have to do a part to make sure that we're able to create the Barbados that we want. So the Brittons Hill story and the St. Michael South Central story is one of relationship. It is one of listening and then delivering. And I will tell you what I mean. When I first went on Valerie Pastor in 2016, the folks said to me, you see that pavilion there? That's a problem. And if you want to have any conversations with us out here, you got to deal with that pavilion. And I asked, well, what do you mean? And they said to me, what is the sense of having a pavilion open? And the Gully Hill people had the same conversation with me in Carrington Village. What is the sense of having a pavilion open for regular business hours with the children at school? What is the sense of having a pavilion open and there's nothing happening in it? And I said, say less. And it didn't happen right away because we had to work with Charles Griffith. We had to work with the next MP for St. John. And I don't think you all hear me. We had to work with the next member of parliament in the constituency of St. John, Charles Griffith, to be able to make sure that the pavilions and the community centers are fit for purpose and really deliver something for people. And if you are not from Valerie or from this area, and if you are not from Gully Hill and Carrington Village, you may not understand what I mean. But that was a symbol for them. And they're here tonight, the ones that tell me, no long talk, try and make something happen. They're here tonight. And they said, we need more access. And today, this week, as I speak, we have now a refurbished pavilion that we were able to do ourselves, because I am a kind of person that I am not waiting for government, you know. Goodness knows if I could have paved a road myself, you would see me paving the road in Fords Road. I do not wait for the government. Anything that we can do without waiting for government, we do to deliver for people. So we asked for paint, and the private sector gave us paint. And some of the guys came and volunteered to paint and refurbish and fix some of the small things in the pavilion. And we reopened it, and we introduced new activities. And these are the kinds of things, they may not sound fancy to you, they may not sound fancy to the people listening online, but these are the simple things that people are asking for to feel seen. But we didn't stop there. And tonight I want to salute all the people in Brittons Hill that have worked to bring the success that Brittons Hill football has had. That have worked to bring the success that Brittons Hill football has had. But I go further than that, because I also want to salute the people that have taken up the little children, the young ones, to be able to take them to a place where they can learn football and compete in tournaments and so on. And it used to be Pete, and people out here know Pete, that used to walk with a trail of little children and carry them on the passer to practice. But we were able to strengthen that and to invest more in that. And what we were able to do, and this was very important to me now, the people around here, and I see one or two of them that knew me from my older days, when I was kicking about the football myself. A lot of y'all don't know that, but don't go and look for the videos. Don't go and look for the footage. But I knew, because of my experience playing football in Barbados and in other places, that football is something that brings communities together. But not only that, it gives us an opportunity to get young people in a space that they enjoy and where they feel comfortable, and to be able to teach them things other than the game. And so we created the Valerie Youth Football Club. And I got to salute again, and I tell y'all, forgive me because this is a spot meeting for me tonight. And I got to salute people like David Connell, who came and worked with these young people. With my support, we got the club registered as a separate club in the BFA, because we wanted to make sure that this was a safe space for these young people. But not only that, and I got to say something tonight. I got to say something tonight about Kirk Humphrey. Because this border here is hardly a border. I don't know where Kirk is right now, but I wish I could look in his eyes and say this. He might blush. This border here is hardly a border. And I heard the candidate for St. Michael Southeast tonight talk about the roads that were done out here. And I want to say something. I ain't get to the road discussion yet, but I got to say something about that. Because Kirk and I partner always. From 2017, we were bringing a football tournament to Brittons-Hill. And it has now become a national tournament. Every summer, teams around the country know that this football tournament is going to be happening. And we collaborate with people like Bison and David Miller and men from this constituency and women from this constituency who believe in out here. And this is not just about a tournament. This is about the kinds of things that make people feel like one and make people feel, you know what, in Brittons-Hill we know about football though. And the whole country has to turn around and pay attention. But that is the kind of work that Kirk and I do together in this Brittons-Hill area. But I got to say something about the road because remember the candidate for St. Michael Southeast who spoke before me talked about Kirk advocating for Laynes Road, but maybe what she did not know is that Kirk and I had a conversation about how we would address the roads in our constituencies together. And we landed on, because Villa Road is in St. Michael South Central, and Villa Road is also in St. Michael South. Laynes Road is in St. Michael South Central, and Laynes Road is also in St. Michael South. And Kirk said, you know what? Let us do the road on our border so that we can equally benefit and so that people can see that this Barbados Labour Party family is one of solidarity. Because there's not one going forward and left the other behind. That is not how we operate. And so I know that the people in Brittons-Hill feel that solidarity between us. And we have also benefited from the tremendous love that you have shown us. And that's why I say tonight it really feels like family here in Brittons-Hill. It really feels like family. Now, last night, I was in town. I was in town with Michael Ashley. We had a spot meeting on our border in Halls Road in Ellis Village. And you know, the first thing I said, to be honest, was that there was a time I wanted Ellis Village for myself because you just had to move the line a little short there. Because Ellis Village is really part of Halls Road, it's part of my community, I feel. But all right, I left them with it. But I got the opportunity last night at that meeting to remind everyone about the model of housing that this Barbados Labour Party practices and has introduced since 2018. Because the notion that introducing housing that creates opportunities for young contractors and subcontractors is a new thing or something we are yet to do, let's correct the record. I remember the night that Mia Motley and I went in the Marl Hole and came into Valerie and talked to the young people out there. And what did we say? We said, listen, I want y'all to organize yourselves and find a way to form companies together. Because some of the home repairs and the new houses that we have to build in these St. Michael communities, we want you to do the work. We want you to be qualified, and we want you to do this work with distinction, and we want to be able to give you contracts and to have you benefit from government procurement in a clear and transparent way. And there's another reason. If you build a house in your community for an old lady next door or for an old gentleman in the back, and you do foolishness with the people's house, guess what? I know where you live because you live side of me. And you have to come and give an account of the foolishness that you did with my house. So it's a built-in incentive for anybody who gets a contract through a transparent procurement process that brings in small businesses and young people that have just started companies is a built-in incentive for them to do good work. And I am happy to report tonight that as you see certain houses built by UDC that are scattered throughout this constituency, I want you to know that many of those benefited from the work of small businesses and small contractors throughout St. Michael South Central. And I know that the same is true on Kirk side in St. Michael South. We are not making up things or waiting for ideas. These are things that we have done. And these are things that we were preparing to be able to do. Certainly when I joined the economic team with the then opposition leader as she was, and with people like Ryan Shawn and Clyde Maskell and others, we were not waiting. And it is the reason that I don't understand how people that claim to be waiting to take over government cannot have a single original idea in their heads. We didn't wait until the day after the election in 2018 to have a plan for this country. I didn't wait until the day after the election to have a plan for St. Michael South Central. And I'm not waiting until February 12th to know what we have left to do in this constituency. In 2018, we had a local manifesto. And if you go through that, you will be able to see that many of the things that people asked for, that we put in that South Central manifesto, have been delivered. But not only that, we come back with another document, some overnight reading for you. Because I think that it is easy. And we have to be able to let go of certain lazy political narratives. We have to be able to let go of this notion that if you did not see personally somebody get help from the government or somebody get help from the MP, it means it did not happen. I want to tell South Central and Barbados something tonight. You will never hear me talk about the individual or family help that people get. There are people that benefit from the programs and the care and the commitment and the courage of this representative and this government that you will never know about. And so the notion that if you do not see it fall in front of your feet, and that is why I talk about having difficult conversations, because I feel, Barbados, that we are mature enough now. We are mature enough now to have these conversations. You know, a lady said to me the other day, in Brittons Hill too, she said, tell me what you've done for out here. And I had to say to her, my dear, your grandson is on my football team. And I didn't say that as any gotcha moment, but I said it to make the point that often there are benefits that we receive, and often there are things that our families are involved in that, yes, nobody came and laid it at your feet, but you are benefiting from the hard work of a government, you're benefiting from the hard work of a cabinet, and you're benefiting from the hard work of people like Kirk Humphrey and me in these communities. And it is time that we have those conversations, because I still think that we are basing a lot of our political decision making on the wrong things. This work is about building community and helping people have a sense of pride in where they come from. And that is what we are about in St. Michael South Central. But this document that I just showed you is not just about what we've been able to do. I talked about the roads, and I talked about Hunts Road in Carrington Village and Lower Pine Plantation Road, and I talked about Villa Road here in this constituency, and Laynes Road, which is also in this constituency, that Kirk and I agreed together that we would want to prioritize. But this document is also about the things that we intend to do, because I want to make something else clear up here tonight. I want to make something else clear up here tonight. The process of transformation of a country does not match an election cycle. The process of transforming a country does not fit neatly into a 4-year period or a 5-year period. Some things have been done, and some things will take a longer time. Some things like education transformation, and you heard Tyra speak very well about it tonight because she not too long left the system, see, because she young. I ain't as young as that. But there's something like education transformation where we have to now see, listen, the children that stirring now, as my mother would say, in like the children before, you know. And the fact that COVID happened and they were locked out of a normal education system means that we have to come up with something else. And we have to see how it's going to evolve. Development is a journey. And while you have to hold your government accountable for things that they have committed to, we also have to realize that we have to hold hands and walk together. Because it's going to take all of us, and some of these things are going to take some time. So while we've been able to build quite a few homes with the help of the Urban Development Commission in this constituency, we also have other work to do when it comes to housing. But again, it is about relationships, and it is about solidarity. And I'm talking straight to you tonight. I'm talking straight to you, Brittons Hill, tonight. Because the buildings at Valerie were also a housing solution that were regrettably very poorly built by a Democratic Labour Party administration. But we are the government now. We are the government now. And so the people in the Valerie buildings may be upset tonight. I understand. May be upset tonight that the elevators sometimes stop working. And it is upsetting because there are people in those buildings who have to carry small children, who have to carry groceries, who have a disability, who have health issues, and need to be able to rely on getting up and down the stairs. And so I have been working with the National Housing Corporation and telling them, listen, you have to be able to respond quickly. And the thing is that some of these things are not difficult because maintenance is something that you know you will have to do from time to time. So if you know that this is a part that wears down, buy it in advance and keep it in the basement though. And so I have those conversations with the people at NHC, but I want to have another conversation with you all. Because just as I am harassing the people at NHC to make sure that the buildings are in good working order, I need you to work with your families and your children to make sure that they also care for and respect the facilities of government. I'm not afraid to say that on a platform because sometimes we get frightened. This is a relationship. We're talking relationships tonight. I got things that I got to do for you, and I beg you, please, you got things that you got to do for your community. And if you know that people pressing the buttons in the elevators a few too many times, if you know that people are not caring for the locks and are risking people's safety by allowing people that are not authorized to be in there to get in there, then you have a responsibility to say something and keep your neighbors accountable. I in a spot meeting mood tonight, so forgive me because I'm talking to you all. This is 10 years for me in political service. I got the nomination in 2016. And I feel like it's time now that we could talk to each other straight. When I went down on Valerie the day that a young lady out here, I ain't gonna call her name at all, told me, listen, for right now, deal with that and we can deal with you. And she was talking about the pavilion. And I said to her, I understand. And I was able to deliver. And in turn, they worked with me to develop community projects and to work with the young people because it is a relationship. So while we have things that we know we have to do, we have a responsibility for maintenance. We have a responsibility to keep government properties in good working order. My friends, so do you. And help us keep this place in good working order for the people that are coming after. You know, when I talked to that lady who discovered that her grandson was a part of our team and was benefiting from the work that we were doing there, I reflected that, you know, the work of a government, the work of all of us, is planting trees in whose shade we are never going to sit. We may plant a tree and leave it and let it grow. And it will give shade to our children and our grandchildren and their children. We can't think just about today and the world that we are creating for ourselves in our little bubble. We have to think about the people that we have to care for. And I know that that is the Brittons Hill way. I know that that is the St. Michael South Central way. And I know that that is the St. Michael South way. One of the first things that a young man in the Marho told me when I went in that area in 2016, he came to me and he said, listen, I want nothing for myself. But you see that old lady in that house there? When the rain falls, she's get wet. I want you to do something about that. I never forget that. I never forget him. I saw him the other day. He's moved away now. But that was my first indication that South Central is a special, special place. Because he had the opportunity to say, so what are you going to do? I want X and I want Y. But he said, I taking care of myself. I young and I strong and I got this. I want you to look out for that old woman. That is the relationship building, the community and the solidarity that I want to encourage tonight. But while we've been able to build the houses through UDC, and while we have some more work to do with the maintenance of the buildings, and I said to the Minister of Housing, when I'm canvassing Valerie High-Rise, you coming with me, because you will answer to the people. I understand. But there's more work to be done here too, in an area that the Barbados Labour Party is perhaps best known for in its policy. And that has to do with the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act, which allowed people in partnership with government to have access to land at prices never before imagined. So that the land that they have been living on and working on, that they could now own. And we lived through a Democratic Labour Party era that saw no transfer of title taking place under that regime. But what we've been able to do in the last few years is finally be able to start to transfer title, to do the surveying and to do the validation to make sure that people can get their papers, because guess what? If I own something, it puts me in a position to be able to go to the bank to say, I want to borrow something to help send school my children. Well, you no longer have to worry about borrowing something to send the children to the University of the West Indies, because we brought free tertiary education back in this country when a Democratic Labour Party removed it. But when you own where you live, you got a little backative in case you need something more. You got a little equity. You got some negotiating power. You're not alone in the world. And so what we've started doing, and I'm proud of this in St. Michael South Central, William Duguid spoke up here tonight. And he said some very flattering things about me. And what he did not say to you is that I pester him so often. But the good news about that is that he responds. And William Duguid came to me and said, listen, because I did a lot of advocacy on that. And before, William, you were the minister responsible for UDC, I was able to make sure, because I was part of the estimates meetings, and I was able to make sure that UDC had the money to be able to start transferring title. You came in and you started to accelerate. I don't want you to stop, because guess what? Up in Brittons Hill, we got people that need transfer of title too. So let we go. We got more work to do. And because we got more work to do, and because governance does not fit an electoral cycle, I need you all to vote for the Barbados Labour Party on February 11th. You know, this is not a joke. This is not a friend thing. You could go a friend, let them come in and get them a lemonade or a mobby, but you're not going to vote for them on election day. Vote for the people that you know are going to do the hard work of raising a generation. That's what government is, you know. That's what governance is. That's what stewardship is. The hard work of raising a generation today, and a generation after that, and a generation after that. This is not the space for clowns and people who are here to just fatten their pockets and get an opposition leader pension. That is not what we are setting up ourselves for in 2026. But you know, last night when we were in town, we also talked about some other things that this Barbados Labour Party has been able to do with young people. And I will never stop singing the praises. I don't believe in self-congratulation, but I know when things are working. I will never stop singing the praises of a program that exists in the Ministry of Youth called Project Dawn. And Project Dawn is a program that says to young people, look, you have an idea, you have a work ethic, you have a will to make something happen in your community, we're going to help you. We are going to come to you and talk through with you what it is you want to create. If you want to be a barber, if you want to have a barber shop, if you want to improve your landscaping business, if you want to improve your mechanic shop, we're going to help you set up your company or strengthen your company, and then we are going to give you some of the equipment and the tools that you need to do that. And you know why this is so important? Because I watch people from this community and from Flagstaff and from Carrington Village and from Bannister Land talk to the people at Project Dawn today, and the Monday they were out working with the new equipment that they received. It wasn't a lot of long talk. And while the program is accountable and can show you every dollar and cent of what they spent and where they spent it and how profitable the businesses then become, it is a practical thing. It is a practical thing for many young people who have sat for so long and thought that nobody was hearing them. And I say all the time, you will not always know when a person has gotten help. It is not their responsibility necessarily to tell you, and you will certainly not hear it from me. But leave space in your mind for the idea that some of the people you see around you thriving are thriving through their own hard work, but also through the support of the Barbados Labour Party government. These are real things in people's lives. A young man that benefited from Project Dawn said to me, you know how long I asked that other fella for a weed whacker to help me? And it is not to say that you expect that somebody will always be able to deliver a personal favor, but that's not what he wanted. What he wanted was exactly what he got from this Barbados Labour Party. Some clear direction and some clear access to go out there and do the work. This man has worked hard. And I know he can hear me, so I talking. This man works hard. And you know what else he does? Pick up some of the fellas from about here and carry them with him to work. That is the model that we are looking for. So that businesses come out of communities. I always say, people hear private sector and they think the big companies and they think Massey and they think all of these companies. The private sector is happening every day in communities like Brittons Hill and Carrington Village and Flagstaff. Every day. Because a government that sees when people are trying understands how to meet them halfway. You know, Project Dawn also has its surprises because there were two young ladies that talked to me down the road there. One was interested in cosmetology. One was interested in hairdressing. The other one was interested in doing nails. And I gave them the information, and my guy, the officer from Project Dawn, came and spoke to them, and I left that in their hands. Then when I saw the officer a few months later, and I asked, I said, you make sure that my girls get through? He said, well, they get through, but I don't know if they get through in the way that you want. Because the one that they want to do nails now doing backhoe operation, and the one that they want to do hairdressing doing tiling. I said, well, no problem. Well, no problem. Because this Barbados Labour Party government is also one that modernizes the labor force and the labor market. And what's wrong with seeing more women out there operating a backhoe? It certainly, it might be a little more money in it based on the construction boom in this country. I don't know if William talked about that tonight, but you usually can't get him to shut up about it. A lot of work out there for people who can mobilize and with our help can make some of these things happen in their communities. The question of roads and infrastructure is a big one. It is a big one. And it is one of the reasons that if you have seen our team out canvassing and talking to you in communities, you will not only see them with this document, you will see them with an addition to this document. That is a roads report. Because I determined that the people of St. Michael South Central must have full information about the advocacy that has been done on their behalf to get the roads fixed. Now, I perhaps know more than anybody the problems that we had with stabilizing the Scotland district. And William, you know well. When I was Minister for Economic Affairs and Investment, I also had to deal with climate. And part of the climate work was to be able to figure out, what is going to change in our reality in Barbados as a result of this climate crisis. And one of the things we did not want to take any chances with, because who knew what was going to happen, was the already unstable Scotland district that is 15% of this Barbados. And so we knew that a Ministry of Transport and Works would have to do a lot of stabilization work that was very expensive and would take a long time. And understanding that, as a minister that was responsible for some of these projects and a minister that was responsible for planning, I said to my people in St. Michael South Central, all right, give them a break. Because all can't do at once. Especially after so long without maintenance. Give them a break. However, there have been roads done in St. Michael. And while we know that everybody can't get fed at once if you got to line up to take up food from the buffet, we also know that investing in people's communities and safety is important. And I feel strongly about this, and anybody that has heard me in the last 4 years knows that I feel strongly about this. Down there in Fords Road, there was a tree at the corner of Laynes Road and Fords Road. I tell y'all, give me a blight, spot meeting tonight. There was a tree at the corner of Fords Road and Laynes Road that, try as you would, nobody would show up to trim it. And I tell y'all, I don't wait for people. If I could do something myself and I see that it is a threat to my people and my community, I do it. So we went. And when you look in this, you will see the projects that are done with government support. And you will quite frankly see what are listed as independent projects. What does that mean? It means that the MP had to get up and say, you know what? Well, they ain't hear me. Let me go and cut the tree. We cut in the tree ourselves. And we did that in Fords Road, but guess what? The road is one of the roads that we submitted so long ago that is desperately in need of repair. And so, this is my government. This is my Barbados Labour Party family. And I know that when the Prime Minister tells me, I come into you now, 2026 is your year, I know I can believe her. But I am telling you this up here tonight so that you can also believe her and look for some of those works to happen. Because there is no way that you can say to people, take pride in your community, if you do not express pride alongside them with the work that you do. I have one last thing to say up here tonight. And I want you all to listen good. When listening? Good. When I sound good. I want to come back to the idea of relationships and community because I have noticed some things. And there's another relationship that you have to pay attention to. There is a man, I would say walking around this constituency, but he's not really walking around. He's driving in and out in particular places because I'm not sure that he represents or aims to represent everybody. He's going in and out, a random house here, a random house there. That might be his way. But he has been invisible and absent in this constituency for the last 4 years. Invisible and absent. And I want you to think hard about what he is trying to tell you by that absence. What the song that he got to say? He outside your window. That's what the song that they got to say. He outside your window and he outside your door. But I don't know why. I think maybe some y'all should get a restraining order. Because I don't know where you peeping at. But he has been completely absent from your lives for 4 years. Do not let this man insult your intelligence. Do not let him insult your families and your sense of commitment and what you know is right. I will say this. It is not every time that my phone rings that I am able to answer. I tell people all the time, send me a WhatsApp message, please. And it is not every house that I have gotten into in the last 4 years. But ask the people out here about the work that we've been able to do and the presence that we've been able to have in these communities in St. Michael South Central, and they will tell you that I have been able to deliver. I am not perfect, and I have not been able to do everything for you that I wanted to do, and that is why I need your vote on the 11th of February, because this Barbados Labour Party government has a lot of work to do. Kirk Humphrey has a lot of work to do. But I also want, in the last minute that I have up here, to tell you something else. It is not just his invisibility and his absence, but I want you to look at the leadership that he is lining up behind to give you an idea of the Barbados that you could look forward to if you vote for any Democratic Labour Party candidate in this election. Look at the leadership that he is lining up behind. You know, there's a lot of talk about who left and gone where, but the equation is very simple. Tyra Trotman left the Democratic Labour Party because she had a contribution to make and she hated foolishness. That simple. Michael Lashley left the Democratic Labour Party. The scales fell from his eyes and he was able to see the right and proper way. And he left the Democratic Labour Party to join a progressive movement in this country with us because he hates foolishness. It is that simple. But the rest of them continue to line up behind and support foolishness and chaos. I have never been more convinced that Ralph Thorne has not the slightest idea about how to run a country. I am told that he also does not have much clue about how to run a practice, but I am not a lawyer. I leave that for the lawyers to talk about. But I implore you not to put your confidence and your lives and the lives of your children in the likes of Ralph Thorne and the Democratic Labour Party. Not because I say so, but because when you look back at the record and when you listen now to hear what they're offering you, it is nothing. It is nothing to edify you or your communities or this country. So I want you to listen good. Wanna listen? Wanna listen in? I want you to vote for Kirk Humphrey in St. Michael South. I want you to vote for William Duguid in Christchurch West so that good will attend to you. And I need you to vote for Marsha Caddle in St. Michael South Central so our good work can continue. Ladies and gentlemen, good night and thank you.
Marsha Caddle. Anyway, Marsha step, hell army gun step, so BLP step with a brave heart. You know see the bees. got the whole place wet. Teddy D's we not take car. Anyway, me step Marsha Caddle gang step car BLP stepping with a brave heart. Me and more man if a show in our corner. Tell the D's we not take car. This lady so quiet, intelligent, hardworking. Marsha says she can't stop helping. She don't do the fin of money now pay. South Central any problems just call her. Marsha support the old and the young, yeah, working as a team. South Central and you know what me mean. And nothing is greater than Marsha. See all I wanna accomplish then dream. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. BLP's riding for you and for I. We go where BLP go, they don't lie. Don't ask me how I know. Marsha Caddle, BLP, come on. Anyway, Marsha step, hell army guy step, so BLP stepping with a brave heart. You know see the bees, got the whole place wet, Teddy D's, we not take part.
Labour Party family, when we talk about record, this is what we mean when we say record. Over the last few weeks, I've been fortunate. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I introduce you a man who will transform child justice legislation in this country. I introduce to you a man who puts people over politics. I introduce you to your MP for St. Michael South, Kirk Humphrey.
Here what is Kirk Humphrey, we dealing with them, and we play street red weather. BLP, I don't know be a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but Kirk on the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP no slogan, be a John Strong.
Kirk Humphrey, smart never dump see. As a minister, I do a lot in the country. Work for the jobless, help for the elderly. Brand new facility in the community.
Down another party, crawling. People over politics, Humphrey balling. What you think healthy needy in the morning? For your Humphrey for BLP, nobody caring. I don't know be a whole lot, but enough politician chat, but Kirk on the ground. Be a Villa Road and Dighton Road, we drive round. BLP no slogan, be a John Strong. Be a John Strong.
Good night.
Be a John Strong.
All right, good night. Thank you all very, very much. Say, make yourself your large. Listen, we don't have a lot of time. I'm told the Prime Minister is on her way here. Good night, St. Michael South. Good night, St. Michael South Central. Wow, look at people. I want to thank you all for coming out. Tyra, you good? Sandra, I saw Sandra somewhere. Sandra, you good? I name Kurt. I love you too. First of all, I want to thank all of you for coming out this evening to hear the good news, the gospel according to the Barbados Labour Party. And I want to start tonight by giving thanks to God, because it is from God that all blessings flow. God is good. So let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in His sight, my Lord, my strength, and my Redeemer. Before I get into the politics of things, I must tell you that we have suffered some losses here in St. Michael South. Just up the street, we lost my good friend Hendy. He would have been here. And Hendy came and he saw me a few weeks ago. He said, Kirk, I had 4 strokes.
I said, Hendy, 4 strokes are a lot. You have to be careful. And then the next news I heard, he had another stroke, and I know he's with the good Lord. And then quickly thereafter, we lost Keith. And Keith would have been here. He's a Davis. If y'all know the Davises from Villa Road, them is BLP strong. And then the Bailam, we lost Anthony. So we've had some losses. I ask that the good Lord guide them and protect them. Because we are family. And in St. Michael South, when I came to the people and I presented myself, I told them that I would try my best to be a good representative. And I hope to God that I've been able to live up to that. Just last night, I don't know where Sky is, but come here, Sky. Just last night, we were in the Ivy. We spoke at Trevor Presker's meeting. And after the meeting, we were in the bar having a little beverage. Everybody know I don't really drink the drinks, but I had a little stand with Sky and them. And Sky may not know this, but Sky said to me, Kirk, when you first came, and it is true, when I was running as a candidate for the BLP nomination, this is 2016, Sky said to me, this is Sky. Sky said to me, Kirk, you know that you ain't changed at all. You move the same way, you talk the same way, you even look the same way. You ain't changed at all. And he did not know it, but those words made me feel really good because I have said to myself that politics will not change me fundamentally from who I am. So Sky, thank you so much. You don't even know what those words meant to me. And if that was not enough, y'all know Bentley. Bentley's the fella you're seeing. Where Bentley? Bentley's the fella you're seeing the BLP videos, real hype this year. Bentley then, it was like an emotional night because Bentley then and I were sitting on the bench. I don't think anybody noticed. But if you don't know, because I posted a video of Bentley and somebody said, you see you exploiting Bentley or you're exploiting a man like Bentley. But Bentley, how long you know me? When you first met me, how tall I was? I've known Bentley since I was a boy. So I don't post Bentley because I want to exploit Bentley. I post my friend. And he know me, I know him, his sister and my mother were best friends. So I've known Bentley for a long time. And then Bentley said to me, Kirk, when I watch you, it makes me feel so good in my heart. And then Bentley started to cry. This is last night. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. This is my friend. This is my boy. But it made me realize in a way that my campaign is different from many other campaigns. And that I mean a lot to people because my story resonates with the heart of people. And when I say that to people, that I am the same today that I was yesterday, and I make the promise that I will be the same thing tomorrow. My morning word, Vic, is my evening word. My 2 words add up. And it is for that reason that I feel very strongly about this constituency. And that the stories that I have heard in this constituency are very similar to the stories that I heard growing up. The experiences that I had growing up, the life that I lived growing up in the Plain. I was not born into great privilege, but I knew that a little with content was great gain. My mother taught me a lot of things. My mother also had in her house many little things on the wall. She had one that said, thank God for dirty dishes. They have a tale to tell. While others may grow hungry, we are eating very well. And so many things my mother taught me. And you know, you don't receive these things when you're young because you fight up. But when you're a mother raising 8 children pretty much on your own on a conductress's salary, it is not easy. And we all survived. I want to give thanks to my mother, Kirk Humphrey, in whose name I stand, and in whose name and legacy I try to represent the people of this great constituency. Hey, 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 hey. And I'm told my brother is here somewhere. Two of them, actually. Two of my brothers are here. Alan is here somewhere, and my brother Terry is here somewhere. And my mother is probably home watching. And my sisters and my nieces and my nephews. But I really am grateful for this opportunity to be here. And I could not be more pleased, I must confess, than I am now, than to share this border with any other person but Marsha Caddle. And Marsha has been an outstanding servant of the people of St. Michael, South Central. And I want you all to give Marsha a round of applause. Hey, 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 hey. You see, the Democratic Labour Party has a problem. They try not to recognize a woman whose time has come. And like Richard Seeley and Ralph Thorne, they do not appreciate men whose time has gone. And the reality is you find these men still hanging on for whatever reason, bringing nothing new to the table to serve the people of either the country or St. Michael, South Central. I described Richard Seeley a few years ago as not the sharpest tool in the shed. But I've come to realize that even in a toolbox of very dull tools, he's still not the sharpest tool in the shed. And it is a sad thing because politics is really about being able to serve people. It is not about you. It is not about ego, and it is not about holding on. If you know that you have nothing left in the tank, let somebody else come and serve. And it has nothing to do with age. Let somebody else who cares about people come and serve. And so I take this constituency very seriously. And that is one of the reasons why I feel that anybody who comes around here must come and present themselves to the people in an honest way. And it's one thing for my opponent to say that he comes from the area, but you cannot come from a community, have nothing to do with the community your whole life, and then determine that you are of that community and deserving to represent the community. But I know my opponent, you see, this is not the first time I'm running against him. He ran against me for the Barbados Labour Party nomination in 2016. He had a year and a half to canvass. I had 3 weeks. There is something magic that happens when people of like mind meet. I had 3 weeks. He had a year and a half. He's from up the road. And when the nomination votes were counted, he got 30 votes. And I got almost 300 votes. I am not saying this to be boastful. I am not saying it to be boastful. But I am saying that if you do not do what people expect of you, it will show itself up in the ballot. And on February 11th, it will show itself up in the ballot. I already 10 to 1 the man. I can 10 to 1 the man again. And here's the thing. Now, at the end of that nomination, as a good, mature Barbados Labour Party, I said to him, well, let us now work together for the interests of the people of this constituency, because that's what you do. As Tyra knows. When a nomination is over, you come together and you work on behalf of the interests of the people. But I have seen nothing of the man since that nomination, and now presents himself as a candidate for the Democratic Labour Party. I will say nothing else about him. Tonight or any other night, the people will make their judgment and the ballot will tell the tale. But I came to St. Michael South as a man driven by certain values. I knew as a boy that a little with content was great gain, I told you so. I knew that you had to work hard for the things that you want. And I know that there are times when people will look at me as a plain boy and I have to work twice as hard to get half as much as the next fella. Or that I have to be twice as sharp to be even acknowledged as much as the next fella. It happens in life, and believe me, it happens in politics too. That people see you and determine that you are something you are not by virtue of their own limitations and nothing to do with who you are. I stand as a representative of people born into circumstances like myself until the day that I am dead. I will represent Brittons Hill, Bayland, Paddock, Charleston, all the areas of this constituency with everything that I have. And tonight I don't intend to bash anybody. If I speak over the weekend, do come though. But tonight I want to report to you on what I've done, share with you my heart, explain to you why we've had certain limitations, and talk to you about the future. Who God bless, no man curses, true. And so when we started this journey, I want to tell you a bit about the journey because I want to tell you how I got here for real. Now, the Prime Minister approached me. She wasn't Prime Minister at the time. And the Prime Minister is such a visionary lady, I must confess. I do not know if in this lifetime we will meet another Mia Motley, and that is the truth from my heart. For all of the issues that could have been associated with myself, Mia Motley chose me in 2014 and said to me, Kirk, I think you should consider running for elective politics. Well, at the time, I'd been associated with the Pine, obviously, and if I had run in politics, it was the Pine on my mind. Because I didn't care to be a politician, I wanted to represent Pine people. And Mia said to me, well, we had Santia, and Santia is doing a fantastic job in St. Michael South. Please give Santia a round of applause. But Mia said to me, Kirk, you are exactly the same as the people in St. Michael South. Now, in 2014, this is a year after Frandell Stewart had won this election. If you look at the results of the 2013 election, Frandell Stewart won every box by a landslide. So Mia Motley is telling me, Kirk, go and run against the most popular person in the Democratic Labour Party in 2014 and trying to convince me that I could win. So I say, like you, Mia, but I ain't foolish. And I had a very nice job with the Canadians. So you see, she said, Kirk, in 2014, Kirk, you can win this box, you can win this seat, because you are the complete opposite of Frandell Stewart. I want to tell you this story because I want you to understand how I got here. Because people try to define me, but nobody will define Kirk Humphrey for Kirk Humphrey. I will define myself for myself. So in 2014, Mia then at the time was just trying to convince me to come into St. Michael South. And I didn't want to do it. And she came again, she asked me in 2015, things happened, 2016. It was one Victor Ames. Victor Ames sent a message to me through my then girlfriend, I want to see Kirk. And Victor told me when I got a hold of him, man, Kirk, I understand you were supposed to be running St. Michael South. As God is my judge, I do not know how Victor knew, because I didn't tell him. And the only time I had met Victor before that professionally, I know him because he was also from the Pine. I know him as a hustler. And then I knew him as a good Christian boy in the Adventist faith, in shirts that were too big for him. And Victor called me and Victor said, Kirk, I want you to come down here. This is true, Laynes, Victor. And down to the Bayland, we went by Gail's house. Where's Gail? But down to the Bayland by Gail, or Gail behind. And Victor and Gail in conversation, Victor more so, we were convincing Gail at the time, but Gail is now a disciple of the faith. Victor at the time was like, man, Kirk, I want you to run, you could make this thing happen. So I said, Victor, if you walk with me and you help me, I can run in this constituency. I must tell you that it was only about 2 days later when I realized, I said, God, thank you, Mia Motley, because I realized St. Michael South people are exactly the same as my mother, my brothers, my sisters, myself. I am at home. And it was for that reason, I think, and that reason alone, that in 3 weeks we were able to register a significant number of people and go on to win the Labour Party nomination. What Victor did was that Victor came to my office at the time. The first time he came professionally in a Dems now. I was director of the constituency council, so he assumed I was a Dem. And he came to me in a Dems now, Dems again t-shirt. I'm like parading it, burning my eyes. And then Victor did something after I gave him some work. He said, give me some work. I gave him some work. And then Victor, I could tell him, Victor returned with a little envelope and said, man, Kirk, you help me get through, hold that. I said, my man, do not ever do that to me again. Because all I want from you is good work. And if you stay honest with me, Victor, you can get more work. When I came to St. Michael South, it was the same philosophy. Victor, if you stay with me, I can stay with you, and I can take care of you. And Victor and I are closer today than we were when we first started this road because a real man looks after his friends. And that is the story of everybody that I've met in St. Michael South. That every person with whom I've interacted, that I've made a promise to, I have kept my word. Because a man's word really is his bond. That I also learned from my mother. And so we began a journey in St. Michael South that I think has brought all of this energy to the fore. I am thankful to my entire team. I have a really, really good team in St. Michael South. There are too many names to call, but all of you, I love you. I love my captain, my campaign manager, Mr. Boxill. I see you, Babe. Cynthia, you're on my team, but you like my mother. My entire team, I see you, Tori, Abby, I see all of you. Omega and Rose in the office, Debbie, everybody. I really want to thank my team because I could not be here without this team. All right, Bentley. It's a fact. So I want to talk very quickly about some of the things that we've experienced. You see the very road that you are on Villa Road, we just paved that road. And even though the Water Authority came and dig up the road, right after we pave it, because this is some of the things that trouble me, you know, like you do this work, the people are happy, and then somebody come and dig up the road. But the truth is that the road here, there's a main that keeps bursting because the main wasn't meant to carry the loads. But they dig up the road, which is fine, but it's not fine that they didn't come back and fix it. Barbados Water Authority, I know you pass it over to MTW, please fix the road. Finish the road. But we've also finished down Laynes Road, across Brittons. I can't complain too much for roads. I got some, but there's still some roads to be done. Cummins, Manchester, and we're doing Jessamine. So we got some roads. And we were able to have some events. The Dems, even after we paved the road, the Dems even had a race on it. They could tell me thanks. I just saw James Paul get on a microphone at a DLP meeting and say, bless the Barbados Labour Party. Please vote for the Barbados Labour Party. But James know the program. And on top of the roads, we were able, listen, Sky also told me last night, we didn't tell me he was talking to somebody else. For the most part now, when I came to politics, we said we were going to work with the blocks. They were remarking that we don't have a lot of blocks. You know why? Because most of the young men are working. We put most of the young people in this constituency to work. I heard Sky say that nobody has given away as many jobs in this constituency as we have been able to give. Men are working in this community. We've also done a number of programs. We built some parks for children. We built one in Paddock. We did one in the Grotto. We're working on one in the Bayland. I just converted a gully in the Bayland into the most beautiful green area that one can imagine. I heard the Prime Minister say we have to start covering those green areas. This is going to be the most beautiful thing. And at the end of this road on Villa Road, here, where there's that open area, it's our intention to claim that and to make that I was going to make it a social empowerment agency so that the people of the community can go and get their needs met. And name it after Miss Davis and a few of the others that we lost. Because you have to honor the people from this community. The road behind me, I'm talking about these things because I know I talk to the constituents when I visit one-on-one, but I feel it's important. The road behind us, the sloping road, Riesland Road, where the guy who's running against me is from, he seems to have forgotten that that road was so before we got here, and that we paved it. And that the Prime Minister, in all of her goodness to me, people say that sometimes people can forget to be grateful. I am always grateful to Mia Motley because she didn't have to run me. She didn't have to support me. She didn't have to put me in a cabinet. and she didn't have to support all of my programs and give me the free hand that she's given me. When people praise me for half the things I've done, it's because Mia supports me. I want to thank Mia Motley. But the Prime Minister had put aside a significant amount of funds to do that road. And we did a study, and we said there are a few houses on the road that have to move, and we are going to move those houses, and we are going to fix that road once and for all. The funds have already been assigned, and I need the people in Riesland to know this. And thank you very much. And a number of things we've done. The last thing that we did as a government, when we were in cabinet and we got a notice that the boys were not allowed to take the horses to bathe, somebody said no longer bathing the horses. But if you understand the connection between the horses or the races or the paddock and the community that I represent, that is like the worst possible sin. And it could not happen. So I leaned over to Mia, as I do. And it is fact, Mohammed called me and sent me a message as well, because we were in cabinet, I couldn't take the call. And in quick time, the Prime Minister said, nah, no, it can't be. We have to respect the culture of this country. And so we still allow it, but of course we have to do it in an orderly fashion. So that is the kind of leadership that we have. So essentially this campaign comes down to leadership. It comes down to leadership in the various constituencies that we have, whether it is in my constituency, Marsha's constituency, yours, Tyra, yours, Ian, yours, Sandra, Santia's. It comes down to leadership. And I believe that there is no greater example of leadership in the modern era, not of Barbados, not of the Caribbean, but in the entire world than the leadership that Mia Motley has shown. There is no leader who commands the global stage. You want to know Barbados is about 270,000 people, you know. That is a small village in some of these countries, and these countries are desperately seeking a meeting with Miss Motley. Our Prime Minister has opened doors in ways that people cannot understand. When COVID was here, I remember I was Minister of Maritime and nervous about letting the ships come. And Mia said there are ships in the world with Barbadians on them. And I would hope that a leader somewhere would let Barbadians get rest. I will let people get rest in this country. That is the heart of the leader that we have. So I support Miss Motley. And I commit this country and this constituency to the idea that under Mia Motley's leadership, we will go from strength to strength. And that the words Bajan strong means something. It means who we are. I said last time I spoke, that red and ready was the blood in our veins, and ready meant we could tell our story and ready you for the future. So tonight, I will have a longer time to speak, but I really want to take this opportunity for you to start to warm up yourselves for the leader of this great political party and the leader of this great nation. If I could live 1,000 lives, I would be led by Mia Motley 1,000 times. And I know that I am learning daily a lot from the Prime Minister of this country. I am learning a lot. The one thing that y'all may not know Mia has, because y'all think Mia is, all right, get this done, get this. Mia has tremendous patience. Mia has tremendous forgiveness. And it is my pleasure to be in Miss Motley's cabinet. So those of you who are gathered here in Villa Road, in Warners Avenue, know that we will have many times for conversation. Know that I commit my heart to the people of this community, and Victor, we must double down in knocking these doors because people must hear it from my mouth. All of the canvassers, we double down because people must hear it from our mouth. Shahida, double down. And that is the kind of service that we will offer. So St. Michael South, I want to thank you for listening to me. I ask you to give me your support in the next election. So that we can do it once, twice, and 3 times. Give us the opportunity to finish the work that we have started with the grace of God. Let Mia Motley lead this country through the most difficult and uncertain times. One more time, two more times, three more times, as long as the Lord gives her strength. I love you all very, very much. I look forward to spending more time with you. And may the good Lord bless all of St. Michael's Sub.
Ladies and gentlemen, VLP family, I want you to put your hands together. I want to hear you make some noise for our political leader. I want you to recognize the lady as she comes through the crowd to lead us once again. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, all we are red and we are ready. Make some noise for Mia Amor Motley, our Prime Minister, our political leader. Ladies and gentlemen, comrades, oh, this is the leader for us. She is what leadership looks like. She will walk with you. She will talk for us. She will stand up. She will guide us. She will direct us. She continues to lead.
Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Big up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. You in Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa, boy, boy. I like how Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Big up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Can't feel all the war got stop. Cause invasion nicking me up. But be just strong, all the we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, I get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Big up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me. Why, mean you for we. Why, running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how Mia Motley does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, Mia, you in charge. Big up Mia, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence and strength. Take charge, Mia.
Look. Look how y'all can wake up people though. I come down the road from Laynes and a little sleep hole, man. I want to wake me up like if it's Kaduma 4 in the morning. I don't know, Marsha and Kirk, what you do down here. But if this is the vibe and this is the feeling, then I suspect that y'all will be leading the rest in saying, Prime Minister, permission given. Continue the job. You know, I love this spot. And I gave a speech here 2 elections ago that some of you may remember. I spoke about enfranchisement. And I anchored it in getting you to understand where our head was and was important. Because for too long, especially in my life, people say, oh, the Labour Party for big people. The Labour Party for one set up there. They don't see or feel people. And I came on this spot here in Laynes Road. Marsha, you might remember. Kurt, you might remember. And I talked about the circle of enfranchisement. And I use those words But what I was really talking to you about was how we were going to make life easier and give you something to hold you to this country. Because we got the political enfranchisement, we got the social enfranchisement with education and access to health care. We got the social security with the NIS. And may I say from this platform, I want to thank you for giving me Marsha Caddle, because she was pivotal along with Colin Jordan for making sure that your pensions in this country have become secure. And let us be clear about it. There are people all over the world who don't know whether their pensions are going to be secure. I talked about it in Oystons the other night and reminded you of what happened in Paris when they tried to do pension reform. But she helped us stabilize the economy, and even when she went on the backbench, she took a leading role in helping us with the pension reform, and I thank you for that, because that is a complex issue. But I told you here at Blaines Road that we needed to complete the circle of economic enfranchisement. And we're not there where we want to be yet. And that is one of the reasons I will tell you, apart from what I say to you tonight, to meet me in Golden Square this weekend. Because in Golden Square, we will continue that conversation, and you will begin to understand why this is the team and the party for the challenging and changing times in which we live. But I've come here to tell you that since that speech, we have been working to be able to make life easier for you and to lay the platforms that will eventually enfranchise you and your families. And when you look at it, I can go through, and when done, you're going to say, boy, she like Little Rick. Hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. Because immediately upon coming to office, you had not gotten, those of you who work in the public service hadn't had a wage increase, a salary increase for 8 years. And within weeks, we settled one for you for 5%, even though the country was broke. Because I told the IMF, I said, when you're carrying people up on a long journey, you must give them what? A little breakfast. And we turned around. And since then, in spite of COVID, in spite of having to do $1 billion structural adjustments in this country, we turn around and give you 2 more wage increases. And as we speak, we are waiting for the regrading and know that we will have to go for what will be your 4th wage increase before the end of this year, should you give us back the government in this country. And for the rest of you who work in the public service, how many of you were in positions, you're acting 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, you're doing the job, you ain't got no negative reference by your file, nobody can tell you that you're doing it wrong. And this government came and said, look, until we get an HR management information system that's working, you cannot penalize the people. Dale Marshall, give me a law and let me appoint the 3,000 people that we did in 2020. And as if that was not enough, we came back in November, December again. And some of you this week are getting your letters because we appointed now another 2,290 public servants in this country. Either for the first time or on promotion. But we didn't stop there. The reverse tax credit, the amount of money those of you who earn below, in those days it was below $1,500 a month. And it had been reduced to $650. Money that you get in a single check to offset the VAT that you would be paying. But this government did two things. We expanded the basket of goods for which there were no duties and VAT to be payable. Expanding it again as recent as last year. Trevor, stew beef and all gone in it. Horlicks gone in it. And then we turn around and say, no, from as far back as 2019, don't give them $650. Was $650 enough for the people at the very bottom who earning literally, they were earning $6.25 an hour as a shop assistant. And we said, no, give them $1,300 when the year come. I said, meet me in Golden Square this weekend. Miss it and blame yourself. Miss it, diss it, and get out of town. And we turn around. We didn't stop there. We said, guess what? People who earning $2,080 a month or less, you in the same position, you too should get the reverse tax credit, and we have given you that $1,300 that you were not getting before. People earning between $1,500 a month and $2,080 a month. This is not promises. This is not a storybook. This is your reality for the last 7 years in this country. And in this community, look around in Brittons, look around in the Bayland, look around in Carrington Village, look around in Wildy, look around in Clapham, look around in the Pine. These are the people who constitute the majority of the beneficiaries of the Labour Party policies. What foolishness you're telling me that we only see big people? You need big people sometimes, yes, to create investment and to create jobs. But if you don't take care of the people who take care of you, God help you. And that is the problem of the Democratic Labour Party for the last 50 years. I didn't say its whole life because they did good work initially. But they have lost the art, and worse so under Ralph Thorne than any other leader. I now know why Frondell Stewart sent Ralph to lead the Democratic Labour Party. Because that is the only way. Frondell is a man of history. You know it, and I know it. And Frondell is the kind of man that wants to know that he cannot be that leader to go into the Guinness Book of World Records as the worst political leader ever in Barbados of a mass-based party. So he pick up, and he sent cross by me for Ralph. He recognized that Ralph come Parliament, Ralph don't talk. Ralph don't represent nobody out there. And if he left the Labour Party, nobody would miss him. And foolish Ralph, take the bait. But not only take the bait and get on powerful foolish. And lock out all kind of people. Can you imagine locking out Miss Map? Miss Map, who in the Bussard, Cat Spraddle, Owen Arthur, and all of us, want to remember the Bussard? What foolishness are you hearing? So Frondell understands that Ralph has no understanding. If you thought that Frondell didn't understand the economy, and a time is going to come in this campaign where I'm going to put things in context. Because Chris Sinclair gave his speech in 2010 to the Chamber of Commerce. And in fairness to him, he outlined actions that this Barbados Labour Party government did with other things like debt restructuring. But Frondell refused to act on it. And Ralph Thorne is no different. Ralph will now satisfy Frondell after this election that he will be the worst ever leader of a political based party in Barbados. But I come back to you because, you see, we didn't stop at the reverse tax credit. We looked around and realized that people who earn between $2,080 a month, $25,000 a year, and just shy of $3,000 a month, that things could be a little dicey for you too. And that you sometimes got to do what? Juggle. And if you got a single mother or a single father living with 2 and 3 children in the house, and a mother that you still got to take care of who only got a little pension there, but who got to go and buy some additional things that she got to use because of what condition she got, you can have to juggle. And the car that you got break down, and you ain't got no nest egg to go and help you fix it, you got to left it one side. We saw you. And there are about 25,000 of you who earn between $2,080 a month and just shy of $3,000. And we said, look, pay your taxes. But when the end of the year come, the end of the fiscal year, not the calendar year, when the end of March come, and the time come, and the government got a piece of change, and it doing all right. It ain't rich and pompous setting, but it doing all right. We will give you back every cent you paid in taxes. And we call it, I want you to remember it because you're going to meet me in Golden Square this weekend. We call it a compensatory income credit because we said, look, every single month you pay in PAYE, but we're going to give you back because it's a form of forced savings. Because you know that if you get it, you might have spent it. So that when the time comes now at the end of the year, you get back every single cent you pay in April, in May, in June, every month. We did it in 2020 for 2019. We did it in 2021. We did it in 2022. We did it in 2023. We did it in 2024. We did it in 2025. And God willing, if we become the government again, we're going to do it in 2026. Tell me who it is that's earned between $2,000 and $3,000 a month. Tell me who it is. Police constables. And we hope that we can take care of you and make that better for you too. With the regrading. Nurse assistants. Come in, go around and see who earns that. And we have made life easier for you. It is true that the cost of living from outside, because almost everything we use is imported. And therefore, you hear from the US to the UK, all over the place talking about cost of living. But imagine if we did not do that for you and you continue to operate under Democratic Labour Party government, what smelling salts would you need today to get you up to be able to face work every day? But we didn't stop there. I tell you, hit after hit after hit after hit after hit. We didn't stop there. You go in and people working as shop assistants at $6.25 an hour. And in the middle of COVID, and this is the difference between leadership and being able to recognize that sometimes you have to step out of the crease. But so long as your technique good, and so long as your eyes good, and so long as your timing good, you know you can connect with that ball and go straight to the boundary. We ain't playing reckless. We ain't doing like Chris Gayle. We doing like Everton Weeks. Keep the ball on the ground, because if it's on the ground, you can't catch me. We took a decision to increase the minimum wage. I served in a cabinet with Owen Arthur. And for the time between 1999 and 2008, at least on 3 occasions, we considered whether to do the minimum wage. And everybody around going told him, no, 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 it can break the economy. You can't do it. It can mash up people. People can get sent home. Businesses can shut. Well, I heard the same thing too. But the difference was that if you can't afford to pay people a decent wage, then you want to carry back people to slavery and oppression. And I can't, your business is not worth opening. If principles don't stand for something, you will fall for anything. And we took the decision that you at $6.25, and some of you didn't even have the protection of the law like the shop assistants had. And we said, give you $8.50 an hour. And then we come around again, 4 years later last year, and carry it to $10.50. And Ryan Strawn in his budget told you that rather than waiting to do it every 3-4 years, that like the NIS, every year in January, the NIS is carry up your pension by 2%. We say carry up the minimum wage by 2%. And when we come every 3 years, you look and see if there's a difference between the 2%, the 2%, the 2%, which is compounded by the way, and what we should have carried it up by. I want y'all to do the numbers. Don't believe me. You take the difference between $6.25 and $10.71. Huh? Let's do it, man, because sometimes I suspect there got a lot of people from the Democratic Labour Party that can't add, subtract, multiply, or $4.46 more per hour. And most people work in a 40-hour week. $178.40 more when the week come than what they were earning. You understand that is almost 2/3 of what they were getting at $6. And then you multiply that by 4. Good Lord. This Barbados Labour Party government with Kirk Humphrey and Marsha Caddle, Santia Bradshaw and William Duguid, Arthur Holder now to be Tyra Trotman. You will come in Golden Square. You ain't coming yet. Is responsible for families whose principal breadwinner work in a gas station, work in a shop, being able to carry home $713.60 more when the month come. I didn't say that's the salary. I said more. And no businesses have shut down. And this economy, far from imploding, you heard the governor of the central bank this week at another quarter of growth. 18 straight quarters of growth. And he even told you, you see, I have never been boastful because I always learned as a child, pride cometh before a fall. But you must tell the facts and the truth. And there are very few other countries who have been as consistent, not just in economic growth, but the story I am showing you tonight is how we carried along people with us. So that when you look at the reverse tax credit, the compensatory income credit, the minimum wage, why stop there? Every one of these houses, this community full of houses. What the houses got to do, the owners of the house got to do? They got to pay land tax. And this Barbados Labour Party government since 2018, since when I asked you to give me the vote and watch me, carried your land tax liability from $150,000 to $300,000. And what does that mean? That if your house value at $300,000 or less, you don't pay a cent. Look, a big, big zero. You don't pay a cent in land tax. But it gets better. We didn't say we're going to promise you to carry up that value again. We took it. We were so confident in our ability to manage this economy that 3 years ago we told you in 3 years' time we will carry that value to $400,000. So any house, any wall, bungalow, $400,000 or less, not a cent in land tax will you pay in this country. Now I say these things because in making life easier for you, we have not made this economy weaker. We have not made this country weaker. We have not made the institutions weaker. But what we have done is to make it easier for you to see every day, because whether we did this or not, you would have had the cost of living problems. And you would have been in Potter to be able to make ends meet. But we went further. It wasn't only the money we put in your pocket. We saw the basket of goods and we recognized that the price of oil went up. And we said, look, take the electricity bill. And for the first basic set of electricity, reduce the VAT from 17.5% to 10% for everybody. Now, by the way, people who land tax more than $400,000 and $300,000 still get the first $300,000 at zero too, you know. So it meant that everybody, even those who paying less. For income tax, we reduced the rates for everybody, not just the people at the bottom who ain't paying nothing. So that this government from 2019 has been taking everybody along and putting more money in the pocket. And we will not do so in a reckless way. Ralph tells you about reducing VAT. He didn't tell you by how much. He didn't tell you how much it's going to cost. But I tell you, meet me in Golden Square this weekend and we're going to talk. And we ain't only going to talk, we're going to do. Because you know that all talk and no action, bag of words and no action. When I know the song, I wish I had a DJ here to play it for you. Ain't no good. Can't help you do nothing. And I'm saying to you, but it wasn't only putting more money in your pocket. We turn around and we say, look, there are buses. We bought 121 electric buses in this country for a country that was in an IMF program for 6 years. We turn around and buy 55 garbage trucks. We turn around and we say, look, we don't like what happening to our young people. And I sat with cabinet and said, look, the youth service as structured is not helping. Let us create a Barbados Youth Advance Corps. And you see them every Independence Day now, bedecked in the beautiful navy blue, looking sharp, sharp, sharp. We got a hiccup during COVID. Everybody know that, because you can't go outside. But we have settled back. We have just finished building the dormitories for them so that we can take up to 300 young people to live into those dormitories for 10 weeks. Because if you want to change the behavior of young people, you can't just do it with them coming with a day release program. You got to let them come in. You got to work with them. You got to see who like to get up early, who don't like to get up early. You got to instill a little discipline in them. You got to let them help each other. Some days going to be good for some and some days going to be bad for others. That investment costing us. And we turn around and give them a stipend to make sure that when the week comes, even when they're staying in residence, that they have a little something in the pocket so that they can understand that they can also have the dignity of being able to take care of themselves. Now, why is this important? Many of you struggling to work, working long hours, and you worry about what's happening to your children at home as teenagers. You're taking a chance with them, but you don't know who's trying to influence them into bad things. And if you can get them into good programs, if you can get them into clubs and to be able to be cadets or scouts or sea scouts or guides or brownies or key club, call off all of them or the youth advanced corps. You know that they got a chance that they can step up and gain the police service, step up and gain the defense force, step up and go and take a job to learn a skill in there. They can find something and build on that skill. We reintroduce free education at UE. We turn around and say, you must also have it free at Community College and Samuel Jackman Institute of Technology. When I don't understand, hit after hit after hit after hit. And when all is said and done, we tell you, we know that Queen's Park is a lovely place, but it's small. We tell you, no. In my constituency, they had a plantation called Friendship Plantation in Waterford. And we said, no. There are about 200 acres there. St. Michael is a parish that got 100,000 people living in it. And you can't tell me go to Queen's Park and gather, because 2,000-3,000 of us in Queen's Park and the place full. The place bust. And we said, and you know what hurt me? That from 2007, when I first went to Owen, I said, Owen, I want you to acquire this land for National Botanical Gardens. He tell me, I'm going to do it, but I ain't got the money to finish it now. I said, that's all right. You acquire it, and we're going to do it little by little by little by little. Because when people used to build the houses, they used to buy the blocks and put them on side. Then they get a little more money, they're going to buy the blocks again. And that is the same approach we took. It hurt me when Dennis Lowe take the sargassum seaweed from off of the beach and carry it across there. We knew that the land was good because we knew that that well at Waterford helps provide water for people across St. Michael. But the problem was that if you let the cows continue to graze on it, it would increase the nitrate content in the water, which is bad for us as a people. So we knew that the options for it would be limited. When he go and put the sargassum, they said, oh, we take something that's supposed to be a place of beauty and make it a dump. Well, you didn't need to know what I did when we came to office. And now today, Waterford Bottom, which was renowned for all other kinds of things that you don't want to talk about, is now Waterford Boulevard. And I need to get MTW to put up a proper sign saying Waterford Boulevard. But I want you to remember how it looked. Bush up 10 and 12 and 15 feet, I lie. And now you don't only have out by the National Botanical Gardens, sweet with trees and grass, and every day, not even every weekend, every day Bajans going across there, picnic, exercising, concerts, all kinds of things inside that. And we are not yet finished with it. But last year, I said to Adrian Ford, my man, you're doing clean and green all about the country. But every time Bajans drive across that ABC highway, our eyes hurting with that river tamarind and that bush. And in a sense, got the botanical gardens from one side, and yet you still got rats running about. Not them kind. Oh, Lord. Genuine rats running about in that old cane ground. And in between the river tamarind that David Eswick plant, tell you that he can have river tamarind all about Barbados and never make a cent from it yet. And look how pretty it is to drive across the ABC highway. Now you feel as though you're living in a country that God got a sense of beauty and a sense of comfort. And we are hoping that on the other side we can work and do the same thing. But the lesson I'm giving you And this is the lesson for all who believe that everything can be done all at once. You and I know that life is not so. If I said to 200 people in here, come, we get into a fete, we doing a cook-up. And we cook a big bowl of buljo and a big pot of pilau. Everybody can't eat from the pot at the same time. But while you can't eat at the same time, everybody can get a food. And it is the same thing with roads. It is the same thing with the water tanks and the water reservoirs. It is the same thing with the replacement of the water mains. It's the same thing with the buses. We buy 50, then we buy 35, then we buy another 35. It's the same thing with the garbage trucks. It's the same thing your grandmother and grandfather do with the blocks outside the house. They can afford to buy all one time. And that's how we do it. This is who we are. So I've come to Laynes Road, Brittons Hill, to tell you that we have not been perfect, but we have been a good government. I spoke to you about Marsha and the pension reform. I want to talk to you about Kirk as well, because you know that Kirk Humphrey has now taken a number of agencies, some of which, like the Welfare Department, formed in 1945, the year World War II done, was when the welfare agency started. 81 years ago, taking an approach to welfare that belonged to Queen Victoria, who lived in the 19th century. And Kirk, over the last 3.5 years, he took welfare. He took the child care board where he used to work as a young public servant. He took the National Disabilities Unit, and he took the National Assistance Board. And he did for me what I asked him to do. In my first year as Prime Minister, I met with all of those agencies at estimates. This time of year, you do estimates. And I said to them, how much social workers you got welfare? And how much you got NAB? And how much you got childcare? And how much you got disabilities unit? And everybody pulling one way, next way, next way, next way. I said, stop. You don't divide the human body in different parts. Very often, the family that need NAB also got somebody in the family that might need childcare. Got somebody in the family that need welfare. Got somebody in the family that might have a disability. And therefore, you have to work together. And if every social worker becomes a first responder, when they do the assessment, they will then know who specialists to send you to. And Kirk took 4 agencies. Some government departments, some statutory boards. And he took his time and he met with them. And they did all kinds of exercises, including running about in the botanical gardens and playing tightrope. What do you call it again? Tug of war. And poor Kirk fall down and almost twist up his ankle. Kirk, I lie? I lie? But the point is, he didn't lead from up here. He got in there with them. He reasoned with them. He showed them why you have to move from being focused on what agency you belong to and focus on delivering to people. People-centered services. And today, I can report to you that we now have an agency called SEA. S-E-A, he wanted to call it SEA. I said, no, SEA, you must SEA, you must SEA, you must SEA. And that now will allow us to work together. He took the One Family program. I called him in, I said, Kirk, let me reason. If they got 20% below the poverty line, what does that mean? That 1 out of every families below the poverty line. 1 out of every 5 families. I said, so what is the corollary of that? What does that mean? It means that 4 out of every 5 above the poverty line. I said to fight poverty and to stop poor people from being poor is not the battle of government alone. It's the battle of all of us. And all of us know that even where you have families that are poor, there are some who have already come out and catch the train to get out of poverty. There are neighbors, godparents, all kind of people. And while there are few who will not look back, there are many who will look back and give a helping hand to you. But the system must be designed to make everybody capable of helping in this effort to lift people out of poverty. And it is not just about going in your pocket and giving a piece of cash. If you can tie and adopt a family as a person who got a little extra, so that when you go to the supermarket, you can buy 2 extra chicken streets, and you can turn around and say, look, I need to buy a box of soap powder for them. I need to buy a bottle of Clorox for them. And when you carry it to the house, you're getting them stuff to clean and stuff to eat. And then you see the little boy come out, and you see him playing with a football, and he ain't got no shoes. And you say, what size he's wearing again? Give me a little piece of paper, let me mark out the foot. How much people is mark out the foot? And you take that piece of paper, and you say, look, I got an aunt coming in from Brooklyn next week. I can tell she going by Walmart or going wherever and bring a pair of shoes for the boy. Because what you do is to create relationships. And that is why I say to you, Kirk, that what you have done, we take the first set and we said we're going to start with the first 1,000 families. And I have been going across the length and breadth of this country, and I have seen the good work that you have been doing. And you partnered with Flo. And Flo turned around and said, we are going to give these families a chance. We're going to give them access to internet, and we're going to give them a little laptop. Because they understand that even though the poor, that there may be kids in there who learning and who going to be good on the computer and who going to be good and who going to decide. You see the government giving us free courses on Coursera. 15,000 courses. You go to another country in the world, you got to pay for that. This Barbados Labour Party government giving you that for free, making life easier for you. Hit after hit after hit after hit. You know what got me? That if I was ever to go up here, stand up here, and talk about the A to Z of achievements in the last 7.5 years when I was left here at 5 o'clock in the morning. And when you have a government that sees you, it's not perfect, because we live in a world where man want war now. They got war in Europe. They got war in Africa. They're trying to have war down here in the Caribbean. More ships, more military ships than you ever see, even on a game on video. And when it's in war, you got them doing all kind of nonsense to be able to disrupt the supply chains. So when you got a piece of equipment, be it in the hospital, or be it in a factory, or be it in the light and power or the water authority, whereas before you could pick up the phone and know that you could get a spare part here in a week or days or 2 weeks, now people telling you that they got to wait and make it for you. And then even when they make it for you, you don't know whether you can get on the ship. And if it coming through the Panama Canal, you don't know if they got enough water for the ship to come through. And when it wasn't coming through the Panama Canal and it coming from out in the Gulf, you had people shooting up all about the place between the Houthis and in Yemen and Gaza and all out that side. So that the two sources from which we could get goods coming to us, if it not being made in Europe or America, if it being made in Turkey or China, where more and more goods are being made, you in Potter, because you at the mercy of whether a ship can reach about here. So we know that life's challenging. And they got certain people that make you feel as though you're a little child in a kindergarten car playground. And that one bully. You got to learn that this is a different world. And I say to you that if there is one thing we have done, is that we have managed the big crises while keeping our eyes focused on making life a little easier for you day by day. I asked you a couple years ago to let you sleep easier at night. And that is what I believe we have done. We have not reached the destination yet. And I know some people are weary, but when you get weary, pause, stop, breathe, and get up and go again. Because that is the world in which we live today. My grandmother was born in 1906. When World War comes, she was 8 years old, World War I. She never knew what it was to live in a world that was peaceful and stable until about 1950. So you could imagine that for the first 44 years of her life, as with the case with many of your grandparents and great-grandparents, they had hardship. When the war came, we didn't have bombs dropping here, but you couldn't get rice, you couldn't get a whole host of things, and people used to eat what they call big grain rice, which was sweet potato grated. We had life easy as an independent nation for the first 50 years or so. And unlike her, we had it easy. She had the latter part of her life easy because of how peace came and how independence came and how development started to happen. I regret that we could be in this situation globally for 20, 30 years again. And it is compounded by the fact that even the things that you do internally, we got our young people looking at this and seeing all these fancy people and how people is living everything in 4K and 8K. And when they do so and look in the mirror and see the self and see a pimple here or a blotch here, they start saying, oh Lord, I don't like how I look. Because they feel that everybody look like how you airbrush them on this here. And therefore, mental health issues continue to bedevil a lot of them. And we are working to make sure that we can stabilize them and help them to be able to cope and to navigate. And nothing is wrong with the fact everybody's get anxious. There is not a human being on earth who don't face anxiety at some point in life. And if they tell you otherwise, they're lying to you. I say so, tell them I say so. So I want our young people to know that that is natural. But you must not give in to it. And if you need help, many of you have now perfected the art of saying, I need help. Nothing is wrong with saying that. I am talking to you in these ways tonight because you in Brittons-Hill and you in the surrounding areas have the opportunity to make a decision on the 11th of February that will affect this country. In 2008, Owen Arthur told you, do not change for the sake of change. That if you had a good man, you don't go and left you out because you see somebody else outside dress up pretty and walking and talking pretty. Because when you get them, you don't know what they're going to do to you. They don't know whether they're going to beat you. They don't know whether they're going to shout at you. They don't know whether they may even love you up more. That is the truth. But you know what you got. You don't know what you're going to get. And I say to you tonight, we have not been perfect, but we have been good. And we have done good works by the people of this country. And I learned as a young minister of education, responsible for 4,000 teachers and 1,000 more general workers, that I could never guarantee that somebody wasn't going to do foolishness on a day. But when they did foolishness, it is up to me to be able to correct them and tell them straighten up and fly right. And that is why tonight, all of the sanctimonious, hypocritical talk from Ralph Thorne on a platform means nothing to me as long as he does not tell David Estwick, apologize to the women of this country for that shameless behavior he put down in Independence. Can you imagine that he did that in Independence Square? That is the square that Mr. Barra gave us to remind us that we can be firm craftsmen of our fate, that we can control our destiny. And what is even more shameful is that I don't know the young boy who running against Michael Lashley. And I don't have nothing against it. It's true, Lashley can be the bad in the polls. But I admire the courage of the young man to be able to tell his story and to tell his story about what he and his mother and others went through, and then to have that story sullied by the foolishness from Estwick, who is using that behavior to be able to hide the fact that he has not done anything for the people and that his record as a minister is shameless. I just come from St. Joseph. When David Estwick was Minister of Water, instead of spending the money fixing the reservoirs in St. Joseph, instead of spending the money fixing the pipelines in St. Joseph, he go and build a whole new water authority headquarters for $60-something million. That makes sense to you? Tell me which body is St. Lucie? Because the brown water was happening from then. And we have tried to be able to deal with it. I can't tell you that problems ain't going to come, but I tell you that when I learn of them, I'm going to deal with it. In the first year, Wilfred Abrams came to me as Minister of Water. He said, boss, I got some bad news for you. I said, what happened now? He said, I just got a report that a lot of these reservoirs we have here will not even withstand a Category 1 storm. Fort George, Lodge Hill, and he called off a whole host of them. And I had to turn around and go and find money when we had no money to find. And go and build all them pretty black tanks that you see all about the country with the water. And go and buy them. Because when a hurricane comes, God forbid, and water off, how you going to be able to protect your people? You can go without food for days, but you can't go without water for a week. I say to you tonight, my friends, help me help you. This race is not for the swift. But I want to address, because I do not know if I will be back in Brittons Hill on a platform again between now and the 11th of February. It is true that we got the biggest endorsement tonight from James Paul. And I thank James Paul for understanding that the people of St. Michael have benefited from the Barbados Labour Party government. And he told you on the 11th, go out and vote for the Barbados Labour Party. If you haven't seen it yet, you will see it by morning. But I want to tell you that there are some who are going to say, Marsha and Kirk, when I win, dying true at all. I have never seen a ballot box open with anything. You notice I didn't say a word about Richard Seeley, because Richard Seeley belonged to the archives, not to the future. Oh, Lord. And everybody around him knows that too. But I want you to know that no ballot box starts with votes in it. And whether it is Marsha, whether it is Kirk, whether it is Tyra, whether it is Santia, or whether it is William, I ask you to go out and vote for them. Because support is not votes. Flour is not cake. You can't eat flour. You just eat cake or bread. And you've got to translate support into votes. I tell the story, Marcus, tell them. In 91, people tell me, oh, me, I got we support. And whenever done, I didn't get the votes. And look up. Just so, and I miss winning. So I don't play that game, and nobody can come to me with that. And I know that there are some who are going to say, I got this car to finish fixing, I can't bother. Bother. because you now know what a Barbados Labour Party government means to people who earn a minimum wage, getting now $740 more a month than they got before we were the government. You now know what it means to be able not to have to worry, because every cent you pay in income tax you get back at the end of the year because of this government. You now know what it means to get increased reverse tax credit. I say to you, make it your business, because unless you come out and give us permission, unless you come out and give us a mandate, unless you make it happen, it will be something when you would go back home and say, oh Lord, I shoulda, I coulda, I didn't. Don't let us go down that road. But to make sure that we give you additional reason to come out, I say meet me in Golden Square this weekend. We go to the ancestral home of the Barbados Labour Party. We go to the location where ordinary people in 1937 said enough is enough is enough, and determined that they would take a stand for this country. And I say to you tonight in 2026, that just as people with much less than you had today recognize that today was a funny night in the world in which they lived, that we too today must recognize that the world is not what it was. And whether it is war by man or war by climate, we need to stick together, because when Bajans stick together, we can win. And we say further, when you make the decision to allow the Labour Party, the BLP, to lead, what happens? I can't hear you. When BLP leads, and I say to you, if that is the case, then please, as I fall out from you in Brittons Hill tonight, I ask you, get up early. Get up and go. And when you get to the polling station, you will see the names of Kirk Humphrey, or Marsha Caddle, or Tyra Trotman, or Santia Bradshaw, or William Duguid, or Michael Lashley. And I say that if you want me to continue helping you to lead this country and to play our role in this region and in this world, and to make life better for you, give me the team of the times. Give me Marsha Caddle. Give me Kirk Humphrey. Give me Tyra Trotman. Give me Michael Ashley. Give me William Duguid. Good night, and God bless you all. Get home safely.
Ting-a-ling-a-ling. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and say, take charge, me, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, gonna get it again. Wearing my red, I ain't worried with them. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and say, take charge, me, you in charge. You in charge, you is the boss. Common crisis, clearing chaos. But in the work, you do the job, and she got my trust. That is enough. Why, mean you for me? Why, mean you for we? Why, running the country firm and steady. Cause I like how me and Molly does represent this country here to the end. Take charge, me, you in charge. Pick up me, leading with confidence and strength. Experience, excellence, and say, take charge, me, you in charge. I feel all the war got stop, cause inflation licking me up. But be just strong, all of we built up. My pain, but be breaking up. Coming here is family, me as a friend. You see my action, gonna get it again. We're